morning, everyone. It's amazing to be here again at a CEE Digital Summit. I'm very pleased to be able to greet everyone in Warsaw yet again. My name is Michał Giersz. I'm really happy that we are able to meet today. Again, I see a bunch of familiar faces. Many of you have participated in a digital summit here in Warsaw in the past, and the sole fact that we are meeting here again I guess shows that there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot of issues that need addressing. Unleashing the potential of the region is why we are meeting here today, is the title, if you please, of that summit. And if you read the recent report by the Digital Poland Association and Polish Economic Institute, you see that there indeed is potential that would indeed use some unleashing, probably. And we will discuss this today, looking at the numbers that indicate, for example, that maybe R&D spending could use some more support, some more focus, and many other areas that we will be discussing today based on the report, but not only, of course. And for this, we have wonderful guests that will fuel the discussion. I'm sure it will really be fruitful. And when talking about those guests, let me please welcome just a few of them. Mr. Paweł Lewandowski, Undersecretary of State at Ministry of Digitalization in Poland. Dzień dobry. Mariusz Posza, Undersecretary of State at Romanian Ministry of Innovation and Digitalization. Tomasz Jamrus, Director of the Department of Economic Cooperation in Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dzień dobry. Representatives of the embassies of Czechia, Slovakia, Estonia, and Romania. Dzień dobry, welcome. And then representatives of 11 organizations from different countries of the region that focus on digital transformation. Let me please just go through the list of those countries that those organizations are represented from in here. Those are Bulgaria, Czechia, Croatia, Estonia, Hungary, Lithuania, Poland, of course, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Ukraine. Thank you very much for coming. And without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage to officially kick off the digital summit here in Warsaw this year, Michał Kanownik, President of Digital Poland Association.
Thank you, Michał. First of all, one more time, welcome in Warsaw. Welcome to CEE Digital Summit. It's our annual meeting of digital industry from our region in Warsaw. It's the fourth time. I'm sure that every next will be even more important and more topics to discuss. And when I was preparing to this conference, I thought about our last meetings. And frankly speaking, there's one crucial difference between every annual summit. When we have started our cooperation, it was exactly cooperation between a few NTAs from this region. After 1 year of our cooperation, I think that we started partnership in building of digital industry, common understanding of challenges in this field in our part of Europe. But today, I'm sure that we have friendship in our region, and based on this friendship, we're able to discuss and fight for innovation, for digital impact on our economies in our region, and have a common voice in crucial digital issues in the digital agenda in Europe. So today, let's talk about digital, let's talk about innovation, let's talk about cooperation, friendship in Free Seas region, Free Seas initiative. This initiative become more and more crucial and more important for whole Europe, especially based on experience on war in Ukraine. I think that there is no doubt that our cooperation inside Free Seas initiative is absolutely one of the most important things in Europe. For sure, we have in our region few great opportunities which we absolutely have to use right now. CEE region, Free Seas countries, one is absolutely, I'm sure, one of the global ICT goods and services exports hub. And absolutely, I believe that we can create in our region real digital hub for whole Europe and become a global player in this field. Right now, we have in our region great young engineers, young people. They created a lot of new digital products, services for different global players, but I'm sure that more and more of them are working on their own products, their own services, their own companies. But of course, there is some problems in this road to the digital future of our region. For sure, we have to take care about regulations, to find the balance between regulations and barriers in development of digital technologies. Especially that right now in Brussels, we have a few projects which are crucial for this road, and we'll be very careful about use the new technologies as an opportunity for our region, for example, AI or cloud services. Of course, we have to remember about cybersecurity, which is absolutely crucial, especially during the war. But I'm sure that these experiences based on war in Ukraine is a great field of our education in this area. And I'm sure that after the war, we all, as a Free Seas initiative, will be stronger and better prepared for next steps in our road to digital future. And frankly speaking, we'll be able to discuss about these issues during our panels or during networkings, but I think that there's one condition which is absolutely crucial to reach these goals, to reach this digital future for our region. This needs is absolutely, we have to work closely together. We have to work on common voices, common statements, common opinions of these digital issues in Europe, in the world. And if we will be able to build a common voice, common opinions as an industry, as a government, absolutely we'll be ready to win this opportunity which we have right now in our hands in digital world. So one more time, thank you for coming to Warsaw. Welcome all of you in Warsaw to CEE Digital Summit. I wish you a very fruitful discussions on the scene and during lunch, coffee breaks, during evening meeting. I'm sure that after these 2 days of discussion, we'll be ready, will be better situation to reach our digital goals for the future. Thank you very much and have a good conference.
Thank you, Michał. In fact, there are a list probably of challenges and then opportunities that we need to address. You as an industry need to address. Thank you for this opening talk, and please let me welcome Paweł Lewandowski, Undersecretary of State at Ministry of Digitalization in Poland, for a few opening remarks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming here. I'm very happy because I'm a kind of co-host of this place because we are here in Poland. And what I wanted to say was already said by Mr. Kanownik. He said about the challenges. He said about the problems that we are facing. However, he said that we also have a common sense in many things. We are like-minded. We have built already, we have forged already friendship between our countries, between the organizations. We have common goals because we all face the same thing, the tsunami of legislation from the European Union. And although we have sometimes different interests as a countries and as organizations, representatives of companies and countries, representatives of other interests, we do agree that this challenge needs to be addressed. And whatever we do today is we are seeking the balance between legislation and chances to develop new technologies, because we all have the experience of how technology grows fast without any regulations, but what kind of consequence it causes. We would like to allow the technology to grow. We would like to allow our economies to grow based on technology and digital. However, we are aware of the consequences today, and that is why we should build regulations that address all the problems but do not limit our development. And I think that today, during those discussions, we will focus on that, and I'm sure that maybe we will not find the best solutions, but we will get closer to that solutions, and that is why I think that such meetings are very important for everyone, because here, during discussions on a scene, and as Mr. Kanownik said, during lunch breaks and during all those unofficial spots, we forge knowledge, we forge experience, and we forge a better digitalized future. So once again, thank you very much for coming here. Thank you for participating in those discussions. Thank you for building experience and knowledge. And I wish you a very good stay here in Warsaw, and new friendships and new experiences. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Secretary. The issue of regulation and then over-regulation, I'm sure, is many of you are very familiar with. I even know what kind of approach some of you might take, though it is a discussion that maybe is an endless one, especially if you take different approaches into consideration. Thank you very much for those remarks. And now let me please welcome to the stage Mariusz Posza, Undersecretary of State at Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization of Romania.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the honor to be invited here. If my friend Mr. Lewandowski have betrayed me because he was announced me he has a long speech, I'll be shorter and I'll say only three things. In behalf of Romanian government, we are very honored to be present here. Also, if we talk about the initiatives of 3Cs, I think this is just the beginning of the road, and it's a road, it's not a separate road, it's a highway, or everybody must to have the same place, in the same line, and go together at the same time. Because otherwise, if somebody will stay behind, all the time we have the same situation about the difference between the one who reached the goals and the other one who will reach the goals a little bit later. So, I'm waiting to have a discussion, private discussion about digitalization, about anything, and most of this about this digital transformation. Actually, we don't have policies, we don't have rules, but if we stay and talk, I think we'll have good policies and good laws And this is not a political speech. It's actually what I believe is my goal. I'm a representative of Romanian government here. So, in the behalf of Romanian government and my minister, Mr. Bogdan Ivan, I will say hi and thank you very much. We are very honored to be present here. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Just so we're clear, it's not a competition about whose speech is the longest one. I'd actually say that with many events, it's the opposite. Whose is not the longest one. But thank you very much for the remarks once again. And once more, please let me introduce Tomasz Jamrus, Director of the Department of Economic Cooperation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Poland.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I will not compete in this competition for the longest or the shortest speech, especially that I would have in that case to compete with the ministers, which would be obviously for me not so wise idea. So just very briefly about the core message that we would like to send to all participants, especially companies from the IT sector of this region. Basically, we all know, and it was underlined, I think it will be underlined many times during today's conference, I mean, the great potential of this region. And it was already mentioned that it's the great potential of this region in terms of IT, broadly understood IT, it's not only people, skilled talent. Of course, it's widely recognized, I mean, the contribution of talented people from this region are and have been contributing to the development of the digital world for decades already. Most of you probably know that it was a major contribution of Poles to the Bletchley's Park project, which began the era of computers. And of course, we now have Romania as the host of the Cybersecurity Competence Center in the EU. We all have heard about, not only in this region, but I think it has become a brand globally, Estonia, the e-government of Estonia, and so on and so forth. We could name many more examples, but one could argue that, okay, but these are, these people contributing to the projects that were mainly deployed or are being mainly deployed abroad. But in fact, it's already companies, high-tech companies, which are coming up with their own technologies and solutions to address key challenges that we are facing now globally. And so basically, it is in this region, which I think is not still widely recognized, that we have a company which created one of the very few in the world complete full stack for 5G network based on Open RAN approach architecture. Many global leaders in industrial cybersecurity, global leaders in time servers, and one of the best blockchain protocols. And I mean, solutions to manage, unmanned air traffic, so in the so-called U-space, and AI-related solutions, and so on and so forth. We can name many of them, and still, I think that the conclusion would be that this potential, as the name of today's conference justly suggests, is still not unleashed. So what to do to unleash it? So we think that we should more effectively close our ranks among technology companies in this region to jointly propose solutions and technologies to address these key challenges that we are now facing. One of them, which is, of course, which will be mentioned many, many times today, I believe, is, of course, the digitalization. It's opportunity, but it's also a challenge. In a digital world where everything will be connected, not only, I mean, our fridges, our washing machines, our smartphones, which is obvious, but also our bodies. But do we envisage a world where suppliers of these technologies and solutions are cannot be trusted in terms of what they do with the data that they acquire during these processes and the application of these technologies? I think that everyone would agree that certainly that should be, I mean, the set of companies whom we could trust that will be allowed to provide these solutions. And of course, this region combines these two things: high potential in the areas, the examples of which I've just mentioned, but also the fact that they can be trusted. So, in short, I think it could be a great waste. It will be a great waste if we do not tap the potential, if the whole, I mean, world would not tap into the potential of this region. But in order to be more visible, it is desirable to create a more closely knit network of technology companies providing broadly understood IT solutions and technologies of this region. And one of the platforms to do that is, of course, the 3Cs initiative platform. So once again, let me reiterate our strong willingness to also utilize these platforms to bring technology companies from the countries which are grouped in this initiative together to work on on joint projects on technologies and solutions to address the key challenge of living in a digitized world, but with technologies and solutions that could be trusted. And the trust could also be provided by the companies of this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As it was said, there was no competition when it came to who had the longest speech. We do have a tradition during those CEE Digital Summits every year. Every year, we try to honor one specific person that, in our opinion, in the opinion of the industry, has given the most towards building its competitiveness, building the partnership, basically being it more and more competent. And we have in the past honored, of course, our Polish representatives, Ukrainian. And this year, it's not up to me, of course, Michał, I know. It's not up to me to reveal who we are awarding this year. Please welcome to the stage Michał Kanownik once more.
Thank you very much. Well, this is the word, Digital Trident. During yesterday evening dinner, I have a lot of questions. Who will be laureate of this year of Trident? But I keep the secret. And probably every sentence from my speech will be more and more clear who will be the person. But let's start. The second CEE Digital Trident ever goes to a person well recognized not only in the region, but in the entire Europe and around the world. A true digital ambassador of Central Eastern Europe with an impeccable track record of hard work for digital transformation of our region in the private sector as well as the public authority and in academia. While it's borderline impossible to list all of the accomplishments, assets, titles, and achievements of this year's laureate, the chosen few are: first, laureate of the Ukraine Peace Prize for his efforts to strengthen Ukraine's digital resilience. Tech executive and policy expert passionate about human-centered digital transformation. Non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Europe Center. chair of EU's Telecommunications and Energy Council and the Competitiveness Council during Slovenia's presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2021. Civil society leader in his native Slovenia, co-founder of a number of NGOs and initiatives, leader of Uber's public policy and government relations in Central and Eastern Europe, establishing partnership with national and local governments and on green and shared mobility. Appointed by the European Commission to serve on the governing board of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Young global leader at the World Economic Forum, laureate of several national and international awards for his democracy-building efforts, and much, much more. He is vocal advocate and true ambassador for sound, forward-looking digital policies and regulations and transatlantic cooperation focused on boosting the region's competitiveness and innovative potential. It's my pleasure to grant the CEE Digital Trident Award to a promoter of responsible digital transformation in the spirit of entrepreneurship and respect for active citizenship and human rights, constitutively showcasing the truly believing in the potential and capabilities of Central and Eastern Europe, while doing extensive work in the IT industry, think tanks and public bodies across our region, Brussels and the Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, laureate Mark Boris Andrianic. Unfortunately, Mark couldn't join us, but we have some video message from him.
Let me start by saying how much I wish I could be with you today in person. Whenever I'm in Warsaw, I feel like I'm among friends. I spent some of the best years of my life there, and I've seen firsthand the incredible transformation of this country and our region as a whole. The economic growth of Central and Eastern Europe over the past decades is, without a doubt, one of the greatest success stories in European history. In 1990, Estonia had a GDP per capita similar to the one of Papua New Guinea. Today, it boasts more unicorns per capita than any other country in the world. Poland, on the other hand, hosts some of the largest R&D centers of the world's leading tech companies. Ukraine, as we all know, is the global leader in GovTech and defense technologies. My home country of Slovenia is a home of UNESCO's AI Center and the gaming sensation Talking Tom and Friends. And I could go on and on and on. The digital revolution has been one of the key drivers of this economic miracle. From the very beginning, our societies saw new technologies as a source of opportunities rather than a threat. Our entrepreneurs were quick to enter the global tech space, pioneering new services and business models. Our citizens have been early adopters of new technologies, ranging from ride-sharing all the way to digital banking. Governments have played their part as well by promoting pro-innovation and pro-digital policies both at the national and the EU level. When I served as Slovenia's digitalization minister, I made sure to elevate digital transformation to the very top of the government's agenda. As a result of years-long national effort, Slovenia rose from number 16 to number 11 on the European Index of Digital Society and Economy. In only a few years, we outperformed countries like Germany and France. During Slovenia's EU presidency, we did our very best to promote forward-looking European digital regulation that protects our core values without unnecessarily hampering innovation and consumer choice. When united, this region can serve not only as a tech engine of Europe, but as a digital force for good. No example proves this better than our leadership in supporting Ukraine. Poland, as well as other CEE countries, have played an absolutely critical role in supplying Ukraine with thousands of Starlinks, as well as other tech equipment and services. But we shouldn't take our region's digital mindset and spirit of innovation for granted. We must promote and champion it every day as entrepreneurs, policymakers, civil society leaders, researchers, and citizens at large. I would like to thank the CEE Digital Coalition and its members for championing this cause so successfully for all these years. I'm proud to have worked very closely with Michał and so many of you in uniting this region and unleashing its true potential. Thanks so much for the Digital Trident Award, which means a great deal to me. I would like to dedicate it to the brave defenders of Ukraine and this region's digital community that has stood by their side from day one. I wish you a fantastic conference and a great time in Warsaw. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you both. As I mentioned, it is a tradition that we award one of a significant person who has done a lot to improving our cooperation. But it's also a very joyful moment, just as the one where we, if possible, announce who's joining the coalition, and it's the moment, if I'm right, Michał?
Yes, but frankly speaking, I thought that you will keep more secrets with the announcement for me, but okay, that's fine. Yeah, Michał said that I have to announce a new member of our digital coalition. Yes, it's the honor for me to announce that to our coalition this year joined IT Ukraine Association. Welcome, Ukrainian friends in our coalition. I'm sure that together we'll be work closely and build together digital future of our whole region. And I will invite on the stage Tatiana Ilieva from IT Ukraine Association. Hello. The floor is yours.
Dear organizers and guests, thank you for welcoming me here. I appreciate this special opportunity to talk in behalf of IT Ukraine Association. And today I would like to illustrate the current state of the industry of Ukrainian IT. Before the war, Ukraine IT was an important player in Europe's tech export. It constantly grew by 25 to 30% each year and contributed over 4% to our country GDP. This success was a result of a combination of quality education opportunities and the growing number of people transitioning to IT careers. As we all understand, the war started a different countdown in the history of industry. And recent years, especially during the COVID pandemic, taught us an important lesson. Being prepared for different situations and adapting is crucial. Though coming to this understanding during the pandemic, we didn't expect the new challenges the war brought, such as constant shelling, occupied territories, and forced migration of employees. It's clear it has been a tough time for the industry. But the IT sector of Ukraine proved its resilience and flexibility by presenting to the world the fact that had been hidden before. Ukraine is the new Silicon Valley. Currently, we boast about 2,400 IT companies with around 307,000 IT professionals. In 2022, we made $7.4 billion from IT exports, which is 10% more than before the war. This positions the IT sector alongside traditional export leaders like mining and agriculture. Even though IT exports dropped by 9.3% in the first half of 2023, we still made $27 million more than in the first half of 2021. And now, in the second half of 2023, we are stable. Even more, financially, signs show we are ready to grow. During the war, we learned how to work through any situations and any circumstances and complete projects successfully. Gartner, a tech research leader, now recommends that customers think of Ukrainian companies the same way they do of the companies of other countries. Ukraine continues to garner international attention, particularly in defense tech, cyber defense, and cybersecurity. Companies are willingly investing in these areas. Additionally, areas like digital transformation, comprehensive service solutions, e-commerce, fintech, edtech, and health tech are experiencing rapid development. Our expertise extends to cutting-edge technologies such as AI, machine learning, AR, and data science. We learn and develop, managing not only to keep our talents within the country, but also expand internationally. When the war is over, Ukraine will recover in many areas, like infrastructure, rehabilitation, education, and each of these sectors there is the IT component. Thinking ahead, after our victory, plenty of IT expertise will be needed, and IT Ukraine is the place to get it. We are the largest nation association of IT companies, represent the interest of more than 90,000 of IT professionals. And our main product is communication and information. And our main task is highlight issues, verbalize problems, offer ideas and solutions, and share them with partners. Our power comes not just from individuals working alone, but from strong professional teams able to find the most unique solutions. In the time of the high demand for Ukrainian IT globally, as international companies are entering the Ukrainian market, IT Ukraine Association is ready to become the entry point. As we are here now, we are ready now, and we know how already. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. And what you have just said, I think, in large encapsulates what we will be discussing, what we have already mentioned before, which is both the challenges and, well, there aren't many more challenging issues, I think, that those of the ones that Ukraine is facing right now, but also the opportunities that are there right now and that will be in there in the future, especially, of course, in Ukraine when the war is over. I've mentioned that we have a few panel discussions today to go through. I'm sure they will be very interesting. And as you can clearly see, we're just about to start the first one. So let me please introduce the participants of this first panel discussion today. So two of them you have already met, Paweł Lewandowski and Mariusz Posza. Once again, welcome to the stage. Valeria Ionan, Deputy Minister at Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, will be joining us online in the second. And please also welcome Marcin Nawacki, President of European Enterprise Alliance, and Fredrik Eriksson, Director of the European Center for International Political Economy. Welcome, good morning, and once again, you've met Michał already. Today, Michał, good morning, once more, will moderate the conversation today.
Fredrik will join us because he's just few meters from our hotel, so he will join us during our discussion. Thank you very much. We have connections with Valeria Ionan. She will be online with us during this panel. So let's start from some general remarks about where are we and what's next in the next few months or few years for our region and our and whole Europe. For sure, European elections in 1 year. It will be probably beginning of some new era in digital Europe. It will be probably the next step in the development of digital economy in whole European Union. For sure, around elections, there will be a lot of discussions about future, about the most important targets for new European Commission and Parliament for next few years. I would like to focus on what is right now in the Brussels on the table and what is discussing around Europe, and back to Free Cities Initiative, what is the most important for Free Cities Initiative countries, what are priorities, and how can we use this opportunity in Europe as countries in this region. So maybe I will start from Mariusz, because we have just ended a summit in Bucharest. Was really very good, a lot of meetings, especially the digital pillar was really impressive during the summit. So what is your general opinions after the summit in Bucharest? What are the priorities, in your opinion, in opinion of presidency of Free Cities Initiative as Romania, in Free Cities Initiative? What is the most important, and what should we do together to achieve all these challenges?
Once again, thank you very much for the invitation. As you have seen also in Bucharest, the 3 Cs initiatives, the main concern of all participants is how we'll stay together and how we'll join in this road, was I talking about a few minutes earlier. I think the policies and the law initiatives for the European must be set also on these initiatives of 3 Cs. Actually, if we talk about the digitization and digitalization of the Europe, of the 3 Cs initiatives, first of all, we must to have certain rules, and actually the final idea was to have the same rules for everyone, and to have the same rules to reach our goal. Our goal, which is to have a digital era, but a clear digital era, an era who can help the people, because actually what are we doing is to try to make a better life for the people who live in our region, in 3 Cs region and partners of 3 Cs region. Actually, I believe, and our government opinion, it's to try to set up a lot of rules and to join our efforts, and this is not a political discussion, is to join our efforts, and I say it for the third time, to make possible this transformational digitation, to be at the same time and to reach the same goals in the same time. Because otherwise, we'll have also that first gear, second gear, and we know about this discussion. And if we talk about the DESI, okay, everybody will say Romania is in the last place. I think let's see, actually, because Romania, we have the third position, we have the fourth position, but if we see, it's exactly like Poland. It's a huge country with a lot of relief. So we have mountains, we have a lot of open fields. We have isolated communities. So we can compare with a country with a huge density in a small area. And if we talk about big projects who are coming in this idea of 3 Cs region, we managed to cover all the white zone for the broadband connection. We have less than 200 small communities who don't have full-speed internet. So let's compare this in the manner of comparison, not like my colleague Mr. Pavel Lewandowski have speak many times, because we are friends from a long time. Let's try to set up this comparative statistics updated by the evolution, not by certain I don't know. We put some lines and some indicators, and to say it, Romania is in the last place, or I don't know, it's in the second place. Let's see which is the strategy to don't have this top. Okay, let's say we are all together in the same direction. It's not a competition between us. Let's be a competition I don't know, for our people, a better life for our people. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So maybe next question to Paweł Lewandowski. In our discussion on Free CC initiative meetings, there is always one issue that we should, inside our initiative, exchange our best practices, exchange experiences to find the best solutions in different issues. So, in your opinion, what could be the Polish impact in this exchange experiences? What would you should the best cases from Polish side to share with our friends in the whole region, and maybe to build the best solutions for whole region?
In general, we as countries of the region, we share very similar history. We are on similar level of development. We have similar experience in entering the European Union, in transition from one economy to liberal economy, etc., etc. So we share a lot of the same experience. And just wanted to add that my friend said just about the DESI index that shows the current state of development of digital within countries. However, we presented a report in Brussels a couple of months ago where we point out that the most important thing is to show the progress in achieving goals, not necessarily the current state, because the state does not change, because the level of development of those countries, is improving simultaneously, and we will never catch up those most development in the area of digital in a year or 2 or 3. We have to show the progress, and in terms of progress, countries like Poland and Romania and some other Central and Eastern European countries are in the top of the ranking. However, no one is interested right now within the European Union to show those statistics. But getting back to the main question, what about our experience? I think we are leaders right now. Sorry for lack of humility. However, we are leaders right now in terms of developing e-services for citizens, especially in terms of e-ID. We developed a specially dedicated application, M-Obywatel, which means in English M-Citizen, M-Mobile Citizen, which gathers, which collects, which builds a single place on your phone that collects every service provided by the state. Of course, this is the future, because right now we have several services. For instance, documents. You can put forward a request to some institutions. You can pay local taxes. You can check your some other things that might be quite interesting for citizens. And but we would like to develop that. And because we are far ahead of many countries, we think that in terms of shaping new AID legislation, we could share some experience right now. We can show our technical development of such a application. We can also tell about problems we had, because those who were participating in implementation of M-Obywatel 2.0 experienced some issues in deployment of this application, and that is a thing that we can talk about. We can start to build a system of sharing the information, because we have, for instance, Schengen system of sharing information about people who enter the European Union and who are citizens right now, but we can make it quite wider. We can establish new areas of sharing information that in the end will allow everyone to use their own documents on mobile platforms to be validated by every country. For instance, a couple of weeks ago, I think, people from our ministry forgot to take their documents to the European Commission. And they have shown their e-Obywatel application, and they were allowed to enter. So it means that the European Union and European institutions are already open to accept such documents, although there is no regulation within the European Union that would allow to use those applications in every other country in the single market, in the single, within the entire European region. So I think that everyone welcomes such solutions, and I believe that everyone would like to not design the wheel from the beginning, because we already designed that in Poland, and perhaps maybe we could use some of our experience, the experience of Poland, to build such such a system dedicated especially for all citizens in European Union, where the plastic document will be, just obsolete, and no one would use it anymore. Especially, I would start with a driving license.
Thank you very much. Frederick has joined us, so Frederick, please take a seat. And Valeria is with us. Hello, Valeria. Nice to see you on the screen, but great that you have some time for joining our discussion. So next question to Valeria, maybe. Valeria, what is your, as a Ukraine, perspective, long-term perspective of joining European Union and Free CEE initiative? What for? What is the target? What are the goals for Ukrainian point of view?
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much for having me today. First of all, I want to emphasize that the government of Ukraine is doing everything possible so that the prospect of our state's EU membership is not long-term, but on the contrary, as close as possible. Last year, Ukraine processed and filled out the questionnaire for candidacy in record time and got a candidate status. In February this year, we received the European Commission analytical report on the implemented Euro reforms, and digital sector has a high rating, well advanced. We are actively working on integration into the EU digital single market, granting mutual internal market treatment in the sector of electronic communication, electronic identification, and trust services. And this spring, Ukraine already began the self-screening procedure. We analyzed about 29,000 EU legal acts, and 500 of them in the digital transformation and media section. So as the end of August, we already formed a preliminary vision of the roadmap of Ukraine's integration into the EU. And by the end of this year, based on the screening results, the government will approve the national program for the approximation of Ukrainian legislation to EU law. So we clearly understand that all EU acts, which are currently only at the draft stage, once approved, also become our obligations. For example, the European Chips Act, the Interoperable Europe Act, the Cyber Resilience Act, and others. Therefore, we analyze those acts at the project stage, consult with experts, and calculate all possible ways of their implementation in the future. We are also waiting for the EU enlargement report in October this year, and we hope to open formal membership negotiations shortly.
Thank you very much. Marcin, we just get to know something more about benefits from the political level with a close cooperation between countries in EU and Free CEE initiative. What is the business point of view on this close cooperation? What could be benefits for business with this close cooperation? How to use these opportunities? What business needs from the government to use this opportunity which we have right now?
Thank you for the invitation and the question. So first of all, discussing the new term of the European Commission, European Parliament, I hope that because of the region of our cooperation, we're going to have a kind of more transatlantic approach. What we've seen so far is that back in Brussels, we produce a lot of defensive policies towards American companies to close the gap between European and American companies. I don't think this is the way forward. I don't think this is the way we can really build our competitive advantage. And I think this is the space where we really are very close in the region, that we do have the exposure to American investments. We are profitable because of their presence, and we don't have this negative sentiment that about American companies. So there were, I think this term was actually about 3 sectors: energy, climate, and digital sector. And again, 2 major packages were simply anti-American dossiers. I mean, GSA and DMA. It's a different story about AI Act, but this is how I see it. At the same time, we need to look as the region at lack of level playing field from Chinese players. I mean, we've built the whole portfolio of regulations at the EU level. We are exposed as the business community and comply, and that includes, again, our American partners, but the Chinese somehow don't comply and we don't care. So I think from our region, we should put that on the agenda, that there is a level playing field in the e-commerce, tech, business, also with the Chinese. I mean, at least this is what we advocate strongly in Brussels. Domestically, I think still I appreciate what's happening in terms of digitalization in Poland, but I would be happy to see some developments in terms of business registry. We have a national registry, court registry for companies, not for individual entrepreneurs, but for limited companies, PLCs, and this is a mess. I mean, it doesn't work at all. It takes, how long to get through the national registry. So we'll be super happy to build a coalition together with some parts of the government to really change the national registry here domestically, so we can have a smooth process of changing our entitled bodies within companies. So that's a message. And one short message to our friends, I mean, Valeria from Ukraine. Once you comply with EU regulations, with specific packages, please look at them critically. So often we do mistake here in Poland that we simply look at those regulations and we even want to do a little bit more. And then we end up with over-regulation. Please do not do it in Ukraine. Be critical, be kind of, defensive in the way that you want to comply, you want to have level playing field. It's important to our companies too, but please do not over-regulate.
Just wanted to add that we are not responsible for the register.
Yes, I know. I know it's the Ministry of Justice, to be very clear about it. But again, this is why I mentioned the coalition we need to have in Poland between business and the public sector to really change it. Because what you do, what we do for individuals is amazing. We feel the change. But from the business perspective, the need is kind of different.
So we have one first conclusion of our discussion. Marcin, thank you very much. Frederick, next question to you. Because our region is a hub for investments, global investments. Only in Poland we have a huge investment in the cloud, for example, Google, Microsoft, the fresh investment of Intel in Wrocław in Poland. So in your opinion, what we should do to build even more open environment for global investments, how to support investment, regional investments, not only the biggest player in the world, but local companies to invest in the ICT sector, how to help, how to support startups, scale-ups to build a real potential of this sector in our region?
Well, thank you, Mikhail, and thank you also for the kind invitation to come here. I practiced just-in-time delivery, or actually it was a bit delayed, but I was a flight delay, so I'm sorry for being late. So, I mean, I think the question you ask is a very good question. And, I mean, if we take just a couple of observations to paint the landscape more broadly for the European Union. If you take artificial intelligence and you look at investment in artificial intelligence, the European Investment Bank came out with a study not that long ago which showed that of all the equity investments into AI in the world, America represents about 40%. China represents about 40%. Europe, 7%.
But Europe is discussing about AI.
Yeah, yes, indeed, indeed. We have many seminars, and that, of course, is very attractive to business people and innovators. But I mean, this is basically sort of one of the challenges we have. So if we start to take Europe as a whole, we look at our capacity to generate human capital that is AI-oriented. It's actually pretty good. When you look at scientific papers in AI being published, it's actually pretty good. But we have a gap when it comes to the commercializations and finding businesses that are going to grow on the back of these technologies. And I think that leads us to, at least me, to the obvious questions that there seems to be something we are doing in Europe that it's making it more difficult to use this human capital, to use all these AI engineers, STEM engineers, to use all these scientific papers that are being published and generate economic output from them. And I think that goes to the heart of your question, which is that we need to find it, sort of make it more attractive for investors to come in and invest here. When you look at different countries, you pick Poland and sort of cloud investments in Poland, I think it's a very good case of an investment. You can see them in other parts of Europe as well. If you look at the CEE region more generally, you're going to find that the investments that come in, they have different profiles. Some are for cloud, some are for IoT, some will be for sort of pure AI. Others are more focused on established large entities. Others are much more focused on sort of young startup entrepreneurs with the capacity to move very fast. Some are platform driven, others tend to be non-platform driven. Some are more geared towards the industrial sector, some much more to services. So there are sort of pretty huge differences, and each country here can pick out a couple of good examples of things that has been achieved in terms of attracting investments and raising the investment level in tech more broadly. But when you aggregate things up, we all have the problem, and it's not just the CEE, it's Europe at large which has the problem of sort of attracting these investments. And I think that at least leads me to the conclusion that we need to be a lot more careful when we go ahead with policies, that we design these policies to avoid that we're putting a strong, depressive, wet blanket on the ability of investors, of foreign or domestic investors, to put more money into the sector. Europe has now prided itself that it's want to go faster and harder in its regulation of tech and data than any other comparable region in the world. And there may be good motivations, good intentions behind some of these regulations. Could be, Marcin mentioned DMA, DSA, we have the Data Act, the AI Act, the stuff that we're still doing on privacy, GDPR, for instance. But we have to understand that if we are going to go harder and faster on all areas, and we're not going to offer a general business climate which rivals other regions in the world, then this sort of growth investment is not going to be as strong as it could be. So finding better balanced regulations, understanding that the totality of regulation, the totality of approaches that policymakers come with, they do actually matter, and they matter a lot for investors. So be more careful on these issues.
Great entrance to my next question to Valeria. Because Valeria, you mentioned during Tallinn summit, I think, This sentence is my favorite sentence from any governments in the world. Valeria said, governments should not be champions in regulation. Governments should know how to balance between regulation and innovations in order to progress. Valeria, absolutely fully agree with you, but how to reach this goal, this rule, across whole region, whole Europe? In your opinion, is it possible? In Ukraine, you think that you reach this goal?
Thank you so much for this question. You know, it's so wide, so the answer could not be simple. So I'll try to divide my speech into separate parts, and I will start with an example. So last year, when the full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine started, we at the Ministry of Digital Transformation, as well as in other governmental institutions, were shifting our strategies towards day-to-day analysis of new challenges and needs of our citizens, and we have been reacting to them fast through our DIA ecosystem and our state super app DIA. For example, when Russian missiles started to hit the residential areas, people went to the shelters, they did not have any access to news, and we embedded TV and radio into DIA app fast. Or when people started to relocate from one region to another, we also created a new service which gave an opportunity for Ukrainian citizens to receive an IDP status in 2 clicks. IDP, it's an internally displaced person status, and later to receive a financial social assistance directly through DIA app. Then, in several weeks, we understood that we have a new priority in the ministry, which is about defense tech sector, I would say. So we started a new project, Army of Drones. So this project started with buying drones and fundraising for drones, because drones are crucial and important on the front line. They help to save lives, and we believe that drones should be on the front line and should fight, not people. So like basically drones are super crucial and we need them in a big quantity. So in order to speed up the procedure for purchasing drones abroad and on the domestic market, we developed our own procedure and involved an agency related to both of the Ministry of Digital Transformation and to the military, SCAP. And initially as an experiment, but as a result, this solution worked so well that we made changes to all of the needed regulatory acts and began to make these purchases on a permanent basis. Another process which was done in parallel, we were doing our job. We were collecting data from Ukrainian UAV manufacturers. What barriers do they have? And we basically made our own analysis of all the barriers of the industry, and we were able to make amendments to the regulation fast, which later gave us the possibility to make a fast track for procurement, to make the procedures of exploitation easier, to create special zones for drone operators in Ukraine, and many other things. So now this project basically not a national project. It's to support the industry. If in the beginning of a full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine, we had 15 Ukrainian UAV manufacturers, now we have 200. We had like 10 types of drones, now we have 50. And we have a direct communication with all of the stakeholders. So we have an opportunity to receive their feedback on a regular basis. And we try to react fast and to amendments which are needed fast. So basically the first lesson is a regular dialogue with all of the stakeholders. And then the second lesson is take the speed and make those solutions fast. I would also like to add that we believe that governments should work like IT companies more. And we believe that the less government people have in their lives, the better. And I'll give you an example. When you're a startup and you're creating a product, you start with analyzing, then prototyping, then testing. And then you use different approaches in order to improve your product, so your customers would be not just satisfied, but your product become a mark for them. So the same, we believe, should happen with policy-making process. Because at the end of the day, all that government does is like for whom? So, of course, we have different situations. We are in the full-scale rush to Ukraine. We have to move fast and make some creative and innovative solutions. But I think that even in the peaceful times, this flexible approach could be beneficial for different governments. And the last thing is that today all governments experience very similar challenges, not only in digital transformation, but when it comes to climate change, security, pandemic, etc. And with every year, it will require more and more intergovernmental communication and cooperation on regulation. So the world should be more aligned. And in order to be prepared for that, I think should first rethink and improve their work internally and be more flexible.
Thank you very much. So, guys, to our ministries, open question. You can share the question, both of you. What to do with these old regulations in Europe, which we have right now on the table, AI Act, Data Act, how to build digital competences among our societies, what to do, how to build a cloud-first policy across whole region. Because I'm afraid that in the discussion on the European level, especially that about new technologies as AI, as Friedrich mentioned, there is a lot of discussion, but no action. And we're waiting for something, some decisions, and the whole world, US, China, Asia in general, are making a business, and we are still discussing about something. So what to do? How can we as a region, our governments, can support business in this road? And how to avoid any problems in regulations, how to avoid over-regulation in digital pillar in EU region. So who's first?
To show the scale of the over-regulation, I would like to just read you a list of those regulations. Artificial Intelligence Act, NIS2 Directive, DSA, Data Governance Act, Cyber Resilience Act, cyber certification, what's next? CSAM regulation, Data Act, Political Advertising, Gigabit Infrastructure Act, Interoperable European Act, and there is DORA and some other from fintech regulations, of which I'm not necessarily aware today. But what we see every day, that they all overlap themselves. We see that they regulate things simultaneously, the same things in a different way. For instance, CSAM, DSA, and the Political Advertisement Act. So it's a problem for us, for legislators. It's a problem for business, because no one knows the outcome of such a situation when we have that problem. And I believe that the fact that we have a lot of those discussions is a way of hindering the process of over-regulation, of stopping a little bit or slowing down the tsunami of legislation. Because the longer discussion is, the longer is time for the implementation of those regulations, and the time for preparation, perhaps the time to adjust those legislative acts a little bit better. Perhaps we will find better solutions. Perhaps we'll look around and we'll see how other regions regulate the same things. We can see their experience. We can see the consequences of several approaches, because in general we have three approaches. One approach in terms, for instance, for artificial intelligence safe harbor, for instance, in the Peninsula region. Our European general approach is human-centric approach. In the United States, they seek balance between those two approaches. But a couple of months ago, my friend from Qatar said that, you know, the United States have creators, China engineers, and Europe regulations. And it was the discussion about the development of technology in developed countries, in developed regions, because we consider China, the United States, Europe as a whole, as the most developed regions in the world. And it means that we should have the most of the development of technology, because we have the capacity for that. But we are slowing down through those discussions because we are all afraid of the consequences, and the longer it takes, the longer we have, in certain areas at least, a safe harbor for development of these technologies. But still, we know that there are threats behind new technologies. We have the experience of letting, for instance, social media platforms to develop in the safe harbor model. And right now we are facing the consequences of many things that we were not expected when we allowed them to develop. And we today know that artificial intelligence, for instance, because this is the most important, I think, thing right now, can be used in a different way than the way that for which it was not designed necessarily. So that is why I think we have to have more time to think about those things and to develop the best policies towards deploying new technologies and building regulations that will allow or will give certain instructions how to deploy new technologies. And on one hand, and on the other hand, to find the balance between taking benefits from the technologies and the human-centric approach in that matter.
Thank you. Marius, what to do?
Yeah, I think Romania and EU aims to foster the digital ecosystem that is both innovative and regulated effectively to ensure a competition customer protection and social benefits. I think it's time. Okay, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Lewandowski, but the regulation must be very clear and very specific. Even if we talk, I don't know, DSA, I don't know, DMA, okay? Let's try to have a clearance, and that clearance must be transferred effectively to the people we represented, and the people who are thinking this future of all this artificial intelligence and everything, put it together to start with the right foot. Like a joke, right now in Romania, if you go, I don't know, to the market in the small village, everybody will talk about artificial intelligence. But you see, you will find all the time two sides. Somebody will say, no, it's dangerous. They will take our jobs. They will take everything, okay? And the other side will say, no, it's benefit. We have a huge benefit of this because we don't must work like this. We already have the image of 4.0 industry. So it was a balance between done and not done. We don't even know on this time if it was okay or not okay. But if we start with a good regulation, even if we talk in, I believe my vision is to not see a competition between China, USA, and Europe. Let's try to take everything that's good from, okay, even Mr. Lewandowski said, okay, USA, it's one step further. Okay, but let's see which are the benefits of implementing the regulation, and to take only the good parts, okay, and to put it in some policies here in Europe, and why not to initiative of 3 Cs to start it with this common project, to reach this goal, to cover the regulation, and I say effectively to go to the people with some rules and some decision what must be followed.
But you know, in your opinion, both of you, is it possible to build a strategy for 3 Cs countries to have a common opinion, strong voice in Europe in discussion about next regulations or actual regulations? to avoid any problems for our markets in this area. Because, for example, if we are talking about cloud and cybersecurity, we have EUCS, Pavel mentioned about it. Of course, for some countries in Western Europe, maybe it could be a good solution. But for us, for our part of Europe, when we have huge investments of cloud companies, absolutely it's not acceptable. Regulation. So is it possible to build a common voice, strong voice of these countries, these governments, in the European level to have a clear message in Brussels that we need clear regulations, not barriers, and regulations which will be supporting our ICT sector?
It's 100% yes. And I will say why. It's possible, but if we follow one rule, to sharing everything what we have, and to share all our opinions, to stay at the same table, and to reach one voice. Because if we, let's say about these 3 Cs, initiatives, if from these initiatives we'll raise 3, 4, 5 voices, the regulation will not be competitive, because you'll go somewhere to present a strategy, policy, and if we are competing when we are exposing our decision, no, it's impossible. It's possible 100% only if we share all this information, if we take the best from the table to put it in, I don't know, in a box and go with that box and present, this is the result, this is what we are thinking is best for our people. It's the only way.
Thank you very much. I hope that will be our future and will truth next steps. Marcin, what about business in this area? Is it possible to build a real common understanding of needs across region in business side? Is it how to build cross-border projects in especially ICT sectors? Because I agree with Mario that we have a lot of companies in our region. But for sure, we need much more cross-border projects to build a common feeling of business in our region. How to do it?
It's definitely a process, but we are in a different position than we used to be 5 years ago, at least for the EEA, for my domestic organization, ZPP. I mean, historically, it was not the case that we used to cooperate in the region from the north to the south, right? It was different, from the west to the east. That were our business ties. This is where most of the business traffic is happening. So we started with the EEA as a platform for employers in Central Eastern Europe, I think 2019. Now we have 8 countries covered in the region, even we take the region broadly, and we had Ukrainian partners much before they officially entered the process for the 3 Cs initiative. So this is happening. It requires, I would say, financial and kind of human capacity, which is again the challenge. Our business organizations are still much smaller than in the Western countries. It's changing, but slowly, and we need to be aware of that. To have this permanent, format of conferences, roundtables, meetings in the region, it requires investments. So, again, today we are super active. I just came actually this morning from Brussels. Yesterday we had the meeting discussing challenges in the region, the enlargement process. It wasn't the case 5 years ago. What we lack from the business perspective, I think there are still 2 large issues. We are great developers in the region. We have great tech people, but we don't have product owners, product ownership. Although we produce great products, there are a number of global solutions that are produced in Poland, in the region, but the product ownership, this capacity to really come up with the product to the market is elsewhere. And this is something to think over. to look at what we are missing. I think we are missing still business connections, kind of business ties at the high corporate level, because at the end of the day, you need to go with the product, even if you come up with the product domestically, to the corporate level, present it, have the ability to present it and to sell it. And second, we don't have still this financial capacity to kind of take a bit longer time to have a longer perspective to develop the product. Once we have something nice, something that really matches some of the market needs, we rather prefer to sell it, to go with a partnership with a large player, and be safe in a kind of business surroundings, business daily business. We need to have a much more stronger position to risk and to risk also our financial position.
Thank you very much. Of course, if from audience someone would like to ask the question, so feel free, raise your hand, and our guest will be, I'm open for these questions from you. Frederick, I would like to ask you for this business strategy for our region. Is it possible, in your opinion, how to do it, to build a common strategy for business across Three Seas region? How to do it? Maybe we should be specialized in some area, because of course we can't be the best one in everything. But how to find the best solution for business in our region? And in your opinion, is it possible that in these countries will be able to have one common business strategy for ICT sector?
I mean, let's start where sort of Marcin, what he talked about, which is when you look at the long-term forces of change, they are certainly pointing in a direction of much greater regional digital integration and regional economic activity. If you take sort of a long-term view on it and just look at the shifts that we are witnessing in Europe in terms of economic weights that different regions carry, it's a huge change that has happened in the last 20 years. And if the differences in growth rates between countries in the EU will be maintained over the next 20 years, we're talking about 2 coming decades where you're going to see an enormous agglomeration of economic activity in Eastern and Central Europe. And with that is going to come a lot more business experimentation, technological experimentation. You're going to find more capital domestically generated going into companies, and you're going to find foreign investors coming in a lot more than they have done so far. So overall, I think it's actually pretty sort of, there is a good background force which is helping the CEE region in order to become much more attractive for investors, for innovators, and for companies that want to experiment. If it can keep sort of an agile, dynamism-oriented approach to economic growth, well, then I think the overall conditions for it is actually pretty good. Now, there are differences between countries. And as you say, I mean, the entire CEE region, as most of the EU, they are made up of small or mid-sized economic countries, small or mid-sized economies. It's just impossible to be at the top or to be at the frontier of all technological changes that is going on in the world. Not even America can be at the frontier of all these changes. You need to be open, you need to collaborate, and you need to find those integrators that are going to help also businesses in order to connect more and to use market opportunities that exist. Number one priority, as I see it also for the CEE region, is to continue generate a lot more knowledge and research capital into tech. And in my view, that would be joint investments in research units, in universities, in building up the capacities to become a lot more attractive for the human capital that will be needed in order for tech to continue to grow. CEE has problem here. The rest of Europe has problem here. Europe at large, we have a net outflow of AI engineers. They graduate here, but then they move to different parts of the world where there is sort of more excitement and there is more activities going on. So doing joint investments along these lines, I think that could be something to start with. Another thing I would point to is on the sensitivity of regulation in digital sectors. I mean, we've been covering lots of different regulations here. And what we can see from the experiences we've had with digital regulations so far is that they are extraordinarily sensitive to investments and economic activity. So if you get regulations wrong, you are at risk of getting things really, really badly wrong because businesses, data centers and others, they're going to react pretty immediately. What we also know is that even if there is a floor of regulation at the EU level, there is huge opportunities for member states to basically use that floor and come up with different tailored regulations, combined with other forms of regulations in order to make sort of the overall regulatory environment to better fit with the conditions that exist there. And here my point would be more regional collaboration on these regulatory approaches is most likely going to be very, very helpful in persuading investors and innovators to locate your activity here, because we can extend the market. You can take away a lot of the cross-border regulatory costs that will arrive just about complying with different national systems of regulation. We're just sort of writing a paper which concerns Ukraine and sort of what the EU can do for Ukraine in terms of digital regulations in order to avoid that many of the business costs that comes from different approaches to regulation, how they can be reduced significantly in order to spur this type of innovation. And it's the same things that goes with the CEE region at large. If you enlarge the market inside that zone, you can basically operate under the same type of regulation. That would be a good start.
Great, thank you very much. We have, Robert, there is some question. Yeah. Igor Zorko from Slovenia.
Yeah, hello. I have a comment and a question. The first is, I think we have to know what we are regulating. So technology, or the use of technology, and at the same time, for who we are doing that. And with this overregulation, we have a problem. We have many small markets because we are making it specific. Slovenia, Poland, so every it's specific. And we have to agree, or how to agree, that we are not specific. So we to understand that Romania is no different than Poland on digital, and we have to persuade people that. So we have to see that we have common goals and common problems. And we are not specific. When I come to Slovenia, they had health system in Slovenia. It's totally different than health system in Austria, but it's not. We have all health issues. So I think how to persuade that we are not specific, that we need to regulate the user part and not the technology.
Great, thank you. Unfortunately, I think that it's time for some summary of our discussion. So maybe I will start from Valeria with this summary. Valeria, please tell us in short words what, in your opinion, should be priorities for EU, for Free Cities Initiative. I hope that you will, as soon as possible, join informal way to both of these institutions. And what should be next step, or what will be next steps for your government, your country, in process of building a real digital economy?
Okay, I hope I understood your question correct. So we know that we in Ukraine, we are convenient digital state in the world, and Ukraine has been called the European digital transformation tiger. And Ukraine is also the first country in the world where digital passports are totally equivalent to paper or plastic ones. And basically in 2019, we have created our DIA ecosystem, which has the core product, State Super App DIA, which is used by 19.5 million of Ukrainians, which is half of the population of Ukraine. And we already have 14 digital documents available in the app, lots of services, including digital signature. And of course, we are continuing to develop other projects of DIA ecosystem. We are also right now working on a new governmental application for education, which will be called MRIA. Probably it will be one of the most innovative governmental applications in the world. So the main idea of this app would be to give an opportunity for a Ukrainian to become who he would like to become. So it will cover all the stages from preschool education to the first job and lifelong learning. And the application which will be built by on AI tools. So we analyze and offer to our user personalized learning trajectories as well as personalized methods on how build and improve a personalized educational path. Our minister is joking that for convenient in Ukraine, Ukrainian will need only two apps, DIA app and MRIA app. So that's what we are working right now, as well working on the developing of national innovation strategy, which will cover 10 priority directions where Ukraine will invest so in order to make a huge economic leap in the next few years. We will also, we are also investing a lot to, I would not call it the reform, but from some angle, we might call it reform. You know that in 2020, in Ukrainian government, the new position was established, CDTO, Chief Digital Transformation Office. People operate on the level of deputy ministers or deputy governors. And we have CDTOs in every ministry, in every state agency, and almost in every region. So they are responsible for digitalization of their own sphere or of their region. And our minister basically is a vice prime minister who has the possibility to coordinate all digital transformation reforms and projects on national level and on regional level. So, of course, we have to invest a lot into human capital development right now in Ukraine. So we are about to launch a new project which will help us to prepare a new generation of digital leaders for Ukraine. And right now we are also ready to share our experience in digital transformation with the world when it comes to DIA ecosystem, platform of registers, or other GovTech products which were developed in Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mariusz, you are next. What should be, in your opinion, priorities for EU and free initiative in next few months, few years in digital area?
I have right and I read. I believe we have some main points. It's advocate for regional needs, participate to the policy discussion. It's what I told you. We need to align with EU digital priorities because it's what we talk. We need to have the same policies. Invest in connectivity because it's the future without connectivity. Digitization of the public sector and digitalization of the public sector and transform our digital transformation. Create innovative hubs because it's what we need. We need center to focus and to disseminate the ideas from there. Okay. Facilitate access to funding because without money we can make nothing. Okay. And enhance cybersecurity measures. So we must be protected in what are we doing. If we talk about the data privacy, the content, I don't know, anything what means protective in the IT sector. And I think engage in EU digital initiatives because otherwise I can see it the future.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I share almost the same view, and the only difference is that I would change only the order of importance read by Marius. And I would like to add that we should also tell the societies everything about the pros and cons of deploying new technologies and the consequences of regulations. On one hand, we should stronger represent the common interest of our region. And I think these are the most important things right now that we should do together within the European Union. Thank you. And one more thing. I just wanted to invite all of you for the IGF forum in Wrocław next month on the 4th of October, of course.
Great, see you in Wrocław. Marcin, from business point of view, what should be the most important priorities?
I think number one is legal stability. This is what I would really call for. Number two is the access to finances in the early stage of project development. It's different for grown-ups. I think we are having really lots of investors, funds willing to invest into kind of established companies, medium-sized companies. Is different for the early stage and then kind of seed period. And number three, of course, more and more capacity to cooperate, to exchange our ideas, to match companies. This is, again, in the region something specific. We don't know each other, and it's often also the case. What is the change between Poland and Ukraine these days in terms of business cooperation? We really wasted 2 or 3 decades to get to know each other closer and to cooperate more. It's changing. We should really cover with kind of business matchmaking the whole region, including northern countries. It's really important from the Polish perspective to really look at northern countries too.
Great. Fredrik, last but not least, what are, in your opinion, the three most important priorities?
Well, I mean, I've just mentioned sort of in my previous remark on human capital and the need to invest a lot more in building up skills, capacities, and that also includes research capacity, because it's tremendously important in terms of being able to not just adopt technologies, but being able to lead on technologies and having companies that can take new ideas and new technologies and form them into new businesses. So that's tremendously important. But one thing I would add from my Brussels horizons, which is that I would hope that CEE countries, as well as other countries in Europe as well, would not just take whatever is being presented to them from Brussels, but be proactive. Start to generate your own proposals. Come up with your own ideas, what you like to see. If we sit and wait for technocrats in Brussels to come up with an AI regulations, we are going to be very, very disappointed, because these are going to be regulations that are written by people who can't even define what AI is. So come up with your own proposal. Lead on the issues. Offer at least thought leadership and try to be one step ahead of where others are. And I think that's the advice I would give to other countries that are frustrated with sort of over-regulation as well, which is that, well, if you sit around and wait for Brussels to come and tell you what to do, I mean, don't complain about over-regulation, because this is what you're preparing for. You need to be faster than them and be ahead of the curve. And don't be shy. The experience I have from Brussels is that if you are front-footed, you take initiatives, you come with good, thoughtful ideas, at some point they will have to do things with them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. It was absolutely pleasure to discuss with you about these challenges in Digital Road for Free Digital Event for whole Europe. Thank you very much. One more time. Valeria Jonan, Mariusz Posza, Paweł Lewandowski, Marcin Nowacki, Fredrik Eriksson. Thank you very much for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
Your pencil.
Thank you very much for the discussion. Each of those summits, each of conferences like this one has this one of most important moments, which is a coffee break, which will last approximately 35 minutes. We meet back in here at welcome once more. I'm hoping the rest are coming to join us as well. And I'm hoping you enjoyed your coffee break and that you got an extra kind of a punch after your coffees, as we are about to kick off a few more discussions. We will cover cybersecurity in one of them. We will discuss a bit of that Digital Coalition and Polish Economic Institute report that covers the area of R&D, education, and others that refer to talent in the field of science and technology. But before we move on into those, and before we move on into talking cybersecurity, let me please welcome to the stage once more, Michał. Michał Kanownik.
Almost the last one.
Almost the last one, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm promised that I will be very shortly talking about these numbers from this report, because I think that discussion will be more interesting than only numbers. But I have to make some introduction for this discussion. So we prepared together with Polish Economic Institute a special report about ICT sector in the Free Seas countries, about impact of ICT sector on economies in Free Seas region. And I would like to show you a few numbers, a few conclusions from this report as an introduction to our discussion. So in the report there is a five-part Free Seas region coverage to European digital leaders, no signs of regional specialization in IT, stable share of ICT export from the Free Seas region, Free Seas initiative ICT sector in global value chains, and favorable investment perspectives. And these numbers. So of course in the report you can find much more information and numbers, but first is DESI index. I know that it's not a perfect index, but we have now right now on the market another kind of index which can show us where are we with the digitalization process. So unfortunately in DESI index, countries from Free Seas region are not the leaders in Europe. Only, frankly speaking, 3 of them are over the EU average, but most of countries from Free Seas initiative are below the EU average. Convergence can be observed from most countries. DESI total index Free Seas initiative countries coverage in the overall DESI ranking. Importance. This is very important and crucial information, I think. Importance of ICT sector for Free Seas initiative economies. Last 5 years, it was increased from 3.9 to 4.7%. It's very good information. I hope that every next year this level will be increasing much faster. The open question about specialization for our region. And I hope that our speakers during the panel will try to find the answer. Do Free Seas initiative countries specialize in IT, and in which kind of technology we can specialize in the region? Of course, one of the biggest problems for our economies and our ICT sector is a lack of STEM graduates. Unfortunately, you can see that absolutely only Austria has the number of STEM graduates per 1,000 people over the EU average. Rest of countries from the Free Seas region are below, and it's absolutely the biggest problem for ICT sector and development, new products, new services, new companies for our region, especially that we have a lot of investments in R&D centers in our countries. The share of exports of ICT goods has tanked. Free Seas initiative countries' exports and imports of ICT goods and share in global exports in 2021, you can see that there is no increase, unfortunately. And for sure, we have to find a solution what to do to increase these exports. Some of share of exports of ICT services, you can see some details numbers in this issue. Fortunately, investments are growing. It's a very important sign of resilience. Numbers of investments you can see that during the last 2-3 years, it was really a huge speed up in this process. But of course, we need much more investments in this area and investments in 2 ways. One way is we need much more global investments, for example, cloud services, newest investment of Intel in Poland, but especially we need investments in local companies. So that's why it was for our industry very good signal from governments after ministerial meeting in Bucharest last May, that there is idea to establish a special investment fund for ICT sector in 3Cs initiatives. Few conclusions from this report. For sure, Estonia is a leader in the digital public services. Maybe right now we can discuss about some services in Estonia and Poland and in different other countries, but for sure Estonia is one kind of leader in this area. But we still, as a region, has no specialization in any technologies, and for sure we have to find some kind of technology and try to specialize. Maybe not in one technology, but in general, we have to find some specialization in this sector. Integrated into global value chains, but weak intra-regional connections. As I mentioned during first panel, we have to find solution to build cross-border projects and find and build connections between our companies across the whole region. Germany, as main trade partner in ICT goods and services, for sure, we have a potential as a region to build much more business relations inside our regions. Important player in global ICT trade, both goods and services, but slow progress in recent years. Reshoring, nearshoring, a chance for the region. Good perspectives with proven resilience and numerous digital investments. Growing number of unicorns, for sure, but we have some idea what to do, how to support this unicorn every year and find some partners on the global market. Possible integration into semiconductors production chain, cybersecurity capabilities, absolutely crucial. Without this issue, it will be impossible to build a strong companies. And for sure, new technologies, new chances for our economies, for our sector ICT companies, and we have to use this opportunity. And the question, open question for our guests, our speakers, how to do it and how to find the best solutions for our sector and how to build business relations, business connections between companies across the whole region. So thank you very much. It was a very short introduction for our panel. Right now, I would like to ask Michał for your discussion. I hope that will be hot.
Thank you, Michał. It was an awesome introduction. In fact, we will be discussing at least bits of what Michał has just discussed, focusing on certain areas of the report that this was just a short part of. So for this discussion, please let me introduce our guests. Andrzej Bachwarov, Digital National Alliance in Bulgaria. Good morning. Hey, hello. Jaromir Hanzal, director at Avid from Czech Republic. Yeah, this one's good, yeah. Jacek Stryczyński, director of Innovation Projects, Innovation Office of PKO Bank Polski. Corina Vasile, executive director at ANIS Romania. Balázs Vinay, president of IVSZ, ICT Association of Hungary. And Zydruna Vitaite, Women Go Tech, Lithuania. Thank you for joining, first of all. Thank you for taking the invitation. And I said, and we will discuss whatever the report is covering, because there are nuances that need addressing. But to begin with, I would like to start with a question of, well, this coalition has started in 2020, and I'm thinking if those areas that Michał has just mentioned or other ones surprised you with anything throughout those years? Maybe there was something you did not expect, or maybe you can see some significant changes. Let's start with, here, Andrzej.
Sure. Well, thank you, Michał. Well, definitely we were surprised by the war in Ukraine and all the challenges it brought and all the opportunities for many countries. A lot of things happening are actually not surprising. What is positively surprising is the level of connectedness that, for example, Michał Kanonik and his team are bringing to a coalition of digital coalitions. And this is something that I started to respect very much. I would repeat the words of previous panelists, that we know very little about each other. This whole cooperation east to west and west to east has been very, very established, but understanding more about all the countries, all the 12 member states from the 3 Cs initiative is a challenge. Maybe it's the old communist ideology to disconnect, divide and conquer, but we're now learning how to understand each other and how to build a common market and how to face common challenges. Because we have quite comparable infrastructural challenges, quite comparable, legacy challenges, and quite a market together. And just to remind that all those things that are happening are not surprising. The good surprise about it is that we're becoming more and more practical. So I use the opportunity to thank once more to Poland for the leading role, providing the venue, providing the example, and the actually amazing quality of the analytical report. It's actually better than some of the stuff I've read from the big fours.
Oh, thank you. Anything to add to that?
I do agree. And I think this is my second year here in Warsaw. We joined the coalition last year, and thanks for having us. But what I wanted to say that I really do think, I am convinced that there is a momentum for the Central and Eastern Europe, and we should capture the momentum. That's something I told you last year, and I'm even more and more convinced that it's true. And this forum ensures me in that as well, because we really do need to communicate. And the more we communicate, then the more business we can do with each other, and we have a voice that is heard. So I think that's very important, and that has changed, that's for sure.
Do you see that as well?
Okay, I think that also agree that this Free Cities initiative or cooperation with CE, really, let's say, it's a couple of years compared to, let's say, 30 years of our reorientation to the West. So that's I think, the consequences of this. And also, I think we need to more carefully or more in detail look into our, let's say, position, because this, I think there was in the report, this classification is as it is, but probably doesn't really recognize all the, let's say, specifics of this region, and doesn't really reflect, recognize progress we've made. I think that's something which is also we can discuss, how to present position or level of development and readiness of these countries regarding digital, let's say, economy.
Corina?
Hi everyone, again from my side, from Romania. Thank you for inviting us. I think what the initiatives, the 3 Cs initiative, did for our countries and our industry was to reframe the whole thinking, because what we've been used to is to compete to each other for Western investments and Western markets. And now we have the new opportunity to reframe the whole thing and discuss cooperation. Of course, projects, we need projects, as Michał pointed out. But first of all, we need to reframe our, minds in setups like this, that we need to cooperate and present the region to the world as a whole, whenever possible. So I think that's the big win of the initiative.
So I believe that after the 2020, when the initiative was introduced, that there was a key momentum is the pandemic, which has changed our digital world dramatically. And to be honest, I believe that we missed this opportunity in the region. So that, of course, there is several things which has happened. I'm more shopping in the Kifli, for example, or the digital banking is growing like really in the hell. But on the other hand, that was no outbreak of the region compared to the other part of the world. And we try to comparing each other to in this region. However, we are lagging behind Western Europe, and Western Europe is lagging behind the US, and US is lagging behind in some cases to, for example, South Korea. So the benchmarking is also very important, and we need to benchmark ourselves to South Korea to be able to leapfrogging over the European level. And I think there is always an opportunity and always coming new challenges, of course. The Ukrainian war is here, and this is also radical changes in our mindset and how we're thinking about the global world. But we need to be able to learn about this and make this outbreak through the digitalization. There is no other option here.
I would like to very much strongly support the aspect that the attention to the region, like in general, because of very fast economical development of the region, the powers are shifting on the European level. And I think Central and Eastern Europe is having the momentum right now to demonstrate what it has as a potential itself, not as each country separately, because separately we're unable to compete in a global arena. Would that be ICT industry? Would that be other sectors? But together, what it is that we can achieve. And I very much support the aspect and from the previous panelists as well. The entire report is focusing on comparing Central and Eastern markets to the rest of Europe, to the EU averages, right? With a bit of sense that we're underdogs, and this is something that we have to catch up. But right now, as economy globally, we're experiencing a very important AI wave, which is technologically a huge advancement. And if we are not part of this, and if Central and Eastern Europe is not united in a good competitive player on a global arena, then most probably, then we'll always be the underdog. So I think the benchmark and whom we are comparing ourselves to is very important. And I would raise a question whether that should be Europe.
Thank you for that, because I wanted to use this sort of an opportunity to paint the picture that we will then add to. By the way, if anyone in here has a question or a remark they wish to share, please wave your hand and I will do my best to notice it, if that's possible. And of course, with you as well, if you feel like you need to add anything to someone's thought, as spontaneously as it can be. And I want to point this question into that direction, because you both mentioned the benchmark. Balázs was first with it, but then you very, I would say, vividly agreed with that. And you mentioned South Korea. When Michał went through the report and the bits of it and the charts, you could easily see that it's hard to put Korea in there because most of our countries are below, sometimes well below, the EU average. So my question is starting with you, is as ambitious as it is it realistic to set a benchmark somewhere in far Asia with a very well technically developed society when we kind of need to make up to European average?
I have to answer for this because of course this is a hard challenge, and of course it's not easy to changing generation or shifting generation faster than the nature. But on the other hand, the human capital is the key element, and of course also in the initiatives and the report is talking a lot about this. And we have these resources, so we have the human capital here, the STEM type of activity and the engineering type of activity in the whole region as much higher valued than in other parts of Europe. So, for example, Western Europe regularly call this part of Europe as engineering part of Europe. That this has really happened, and that was only one reason, because cheap resources was available. But right now there is no more cheap resources, that the unemployment rate is very low everywhere. So we need to concentrate on the added value on the top. And of course, this is coming together with R&D. There is a lot of FDI, how we are able to implement in more R&D in these countries. But this is not enough, so that we need to be able to speed up, to upskill and reskilling our existing generation into the digital field. And this is the crucial part. And the other part, just reflecting to my partner side here, that's the cooperation. That this is a large market together, but very fragmented and separated standalone. Even the well-developed countries, digital part of you like Estonia is a very small country. So that we need to be able to more unified and cooperate in a better way.
I would add, in technology, it's not like, I come from tech businesses, I also work in the reskilling topic. In technology, it's so fast that you don't need incremental developments. There are leapfrogs. You're jumping from one point, skipping several points to another one. And I think here we don't need to think what is the steady way of development. We need to look into the biggest potential areas where we can find, and you saw in the slides that many of the countries are missing specialization in ICT. Maybe it's not doable on the country level, maybe it's doable on the regional level. And what kind of areas we could focus on that would be potential in tech industry in the coming decades. Because it takes time. It takes time with the skill building. It takes time with the education system reforms. It takes time with the capital attraction and even understanding technology. So I think here we shouldn't be thinking that like we're walking the traditional path. We should be focusing our efforts onto what is the biggest potential, how we can get skills there, even with the AI. Right now, what we are observing from Women Go Tech perspective, men are more likely to use AI tools and adopt the technology. By 60% of men would use AI tools compared to 64 to 35 women. Again, what can we do? Sorry?
Why is that?
Why is that? And that is the question that we should be raising. How can we reshift the talent potential towards new technologies? We're actually right now we're raising the big research to figure out what it is that we grassroots initiatives can do to make AI more approachable, understandable to the rest of the society. It's even the question for us, how many of us are using AI tools on a daily basis? Because if not now, 20 years afterwards, so we're out of business and our positions in general.
I agree, or I think we support the idea to make a shift in the kind of reference point. Therefore, it may be a kind of the disappointing that we look at, let's say, global scale. But I'm not sure that we should have a problem. I think it will help us to change our mindset change, which is important. I think also that the level of our, let's say, digital level of development, I think it also depends on different sectors. And using finance sector, banking sector as an example, I think we are much better positioned in Poland, but also in other countries than let's say Western, not mentioning US, for example, which has very outdated banking sector. So this is something which will, let's say, requires mindset shift, and we. I think we have, let's say, no time to wait. We should really think globally. And regarding the specialization, I can also use examples that, of the financial sector. We are now very active in a kind of the promoting and developing Poland as a future finance sector, which, let's say, and we have identified some specialization, including AI. And this is something which we are now very, very strongly working on.
Well, I'd like to disagree with a few items because we cannot impose mentality, right? I think we're quite pressed right now because we have unusually high amount of inflation, and we need to understand that when we talk about IT, in most cases in our part of the world, we talk about outsourcing, right? Yes. You cannot immediately compare ITO and BPO and like having a call center. And actually, I've read a very interesting thing in the report, the unusually high amount of graduates in ICT in Ireland. It's more than 40, compared to like 15, 10, 20 in our countries. But, and I want to connect to something that was raised in the previous panel that Marcin Novacek raised. Unless we start doing product ownership and actually claim that, it's not possible, right? Unless we have ways to in-source foreign talent in our countries, it's not possible because we're all aging, right? And people are not sure, they don't want to give, we're not sure. In Bulgaria, we have this new national sport called elections. We have elections every 6 months, right? We don't have soccer anymore, we'll have elections. Everybody understands elections now, or spaceships. What I want to emphasize is that it needs to have a sustainable business case behind it. We have some really good examples of this foreign cooperation where we have one of the biggest AI centers in Bulgaria called Insight. The reason we have it, it has nothing to do with Bulgaria, honestly, is because it's governed by ETH Zurich, and it's actually the private companies who push that. That's why we love initiatives like this, because nobody is a prophet in our own villages. And in Bulgaria, for example, I don't know how it's in different countries, our model is fog and urgency. The reason we have a government is because we are going to completely lose the recovery and resilience plan. So two parties that hated each other now work together, right? And so what I want to emphasize is this whole thing about mentality, it needs to be sourced internationally and applied. Our government runs a small country, but they're very, very sensitive to media reaction that comes from the region. So whenever we have the combined force, and what I laugh about 4 years now with the Polish leadership, is that we now can immediately, if we have to, in less than a week, co-sign a report, because it creates an immediate media reaction, and our government starts listening. So what I want to say is this mentality will come after that. And we have a big problem. Inflation goes up, salaries go up, people leave. To keep them, we need to climb the value chain. That's a survival game now. So, yeah.
Corina, Jaromir, do you agree? I mean, how do you impact this mentality? Sort of.
We're speaking from a business perspective. I think it's very important. And since we mentioned South Korea, so I remember the Czech government delegation going there, and then they came back and they were like, oh, that's a different world. We're never going to get there. It's like they weren't even inspired. I mean, they liked the things they saw. They were amazed, but didn't spark an action or any will to compete. And we as businessmen, I mean, we do want to compete, and I think we should benchmark as business with the most progressive technologies wherever they are. And if they're in South Korea, I know we're talking government and policy as well. So R&D spending obviously is higher somewhere else, but sometimes it's about priorities. Maybe we speak about that a little later. But I really do think we need to raise that voice from our perspective. So that's what I would like to add.
Yeah, on the gaps that we have on various DESI indicators, I think they are just a reference. We need to of course, follow up the progress, but also I think we need to look at pockets of opportunities, because the capabilities and the technologies nowadays and the human capital allow us to leapfrog. Even if we are, just the smallest country in the Eastern Europe and not comparable right now with anything as South Korea. So I think we have to be we have not to be intimidated by things like that. And just see what are the actual opportunities and pick them. Now, on the mentality and societal issues, I think the things that we need to address is the polarization in our societies, because, okay, we are discussing engineers and a number of STEM graduates and the good quality of the human capital employed in the technology sectors, IT or digital economy at large. However, we need to address the basis of our societies, so the basic digital skills of the population, just because otherwise they will simply, reject the simple use of the technology that will actually help them be more effective in various jobs, very basic, some of them, but various jobs in the years to come. So I think here is a joint effort that the government and the business sector should look into, because it will further help the region as a whole to go further. A second thing that I think we could discuss and cooperate in this region is the one tackled in the previous panel, so policy making, yeah? I think that the positive thing that we have in the region is that we do have a sort of transatlantic, let's say, experience, because we have prior investments from the biggest companies from the US as well as from the Western Europe. And therefore, as long as we sit together and craft a common message to, let's say, Brussels legislator or policy makers at the EU level, we can sort of bring together the two, let's say, voices, US and EU, and we can position ourselves as a region as the ones that, balance the whole thing. That would be a positioning strategy on the policy-making side.
Okay, so if I can follow that path a bit deeper maybe, because you mentioned mentality, which is important, but then very hard to capture. And we're capturing the power of digital economy is the topic of this panel. And I was thinking, because also to what you said, Corina, it's that I think it's part of building this mentality is within education and within early stages. So I would like you to address a question of how do we actually do that? Because claiming that it's important, claiming that, seeing into what can be done to raise the number of STEM graduates, for example, to achieve the EU average and then go beyond that is one thing. But I want to get more granular. I would like to ask you if you have those ideas, if you know what you need to do to raise this number, to capture the power or to unleash the potential. Maybe this is the better way to use another title. Okay, Andrei and Tirana.
Yes, sorry. I've been doing for the past maybe 3 years specific things together with an advocacy group that we're trying to fix in Bulgaria, as an example. We're trying to promote more involvement of junior talent. Because the problem is that because we're cheaper, that whatever company comes, they employ our seniors. Senior people don't want to do stupid things, right? And this connects to the problem of where is the product ownership and other things. Second thing is the labor migration of talent. For example, we spent 3 years trying to put together the so-called blue card for attraction of IT talent. This is something to be learned and pressed together because, for example, the Polish example of introduction of IT talent from Belarus was amazing. There are some countries, like yesterday, we had during the dinner a very interesting discussion about how Croatia is actually attracting talent. And this is something specific. Obviously, it's not violating any EU legislation. And this is something that we need to really, really propagate. Artificial measures to put more STEM resources, they normally fail. But what we need to do, for example, to connect to the recovery and resilience plan and force a cooperation of private academies. This is another thing we started doing in Bulgaria quite successfully. Private academies for granular specialization of people that come out of universities. Because universities are not always on par. And again, it's all connected. So I would say movement of labor from outside, access to the labor market. Second is involvement of private educational facilities, big time. And impact analysis, where it worked in our TSI region, 3C Initiative region, and how to apply it together. So that's my 3 things.
Most probably that's, guess what I'm going to say is like the best countries in Europe in general, not only Central and Eastern Europe that has the highest numbers of the ICT students, still have only maximum 25% of women participating in the ICT industry. We are missing half of the population who is not interested or somehow, for some reasons, not participating in the future of economy. So the question is, what can we do to solve that challenge? In Central and Eastern Europe, we have a very diverse situation. There are outperformers like Bulgaria, and there are Czech Republic, Poland that are still lagging at 10 and 15%. This is enormous potential. And with Women Go Tech, when you ask the question of what it is that we can do, we need to start working. It's very difficult to look for policymakers to make changes on the educational system. It takes decades to see an impact. However, technological sector requires solutions here and today. And if we want businesses to be our unicorns from the region, from Europe, we need not only those people, like we need people who would break basically and disrupt technologies. But in order to disrupt, you have to understand how it works. So we somehow have to focus not only educational reforms and be a good watchdogs for our policymakers in asking and keep what they do for that, in keeping them credible, but also empowering grassroots initiatives. Women Go Tech, at some point, we estimated in Lithuania, which is a relatively small market, but still, over 5 years of existence, with no public finance, we've generated 40% of what the entire educational system could generate over the course of 5 years of the women working in tech. So we just need to empower various businesses to support initiatives, hackathons, or you name it, grassroots initiatives. And we need, as a region, to really look into the areas of collaboration. Today, Women Go Tech works in Lithuania, Czechitas works in Czech Republic, Perspektivi Women in Tech work in Poland. We all try to solve this big problem, but we don't talk to each other as much as we should. Because the regional initiatives and even scale-up initiatives helping us to save the resources might be the next thing, which is happening in the business, which is happening in the policy making, etc. So we need to start having these type of the platforms and networks to know each other, come up with the different solutions, and start working on collaborative projects, because as a region, in my view, we only have potential to be competitive on the global arena if we unite our know-hows and try to save on the resources rather than spending ourselves budgets from the governments that are limited.
Okay, I think that's a very good point, but before we really, let's say, start to have, let's say, change in the policy or influence change in the policy, of course we should do this. There are also some initiatives which, let's say, companies, let's say, for example, may take, or let's say, on a smaller level. And if I think about the education and let's say, if we, let's say, look at the benchmark, EU benchmark average level, but I think really we should look at what Ireland has done, that they have so many STEM students. That's something which is I think a challenge or let's say interesting subject for us to recognize and implement some measures. And we think at the education, I think it starts at the beginning. I think that's the challenge, how to make, let's say, children not be afraid to study mathematics, physics, and etc. Of course, they should be know, let's say, local language or foreign languages, but redirect them more into this, let's say, mathematics and physics as a base for IT. I think there are some, let's say before the big change, there are some initiatives. We are also making some initiatives using new technologies, using, let's say, virtual reality, games in virtual reality to kind of bring some education to the youngest levels. And we have a very active program of kind of the, let's say, teaching, let's say, teaching financial education in primary schools, etc. But then going, let's say, kind of to the, let's say, current situation, we should, let's say, build this understanding of the need of the retraining, reskilling in the population, and also develop some, let's say, programs. And also we are thinking about how, for example, build a special program to retrain people who has some business experience and kind of redirect them into, let's say, IT type of the work, or let's say, for example, process automation using AI. I think this AI revolution is really, let's say, making it a kind of I think, to some extent easier, but also bring some, let's say, understanding to people working in various industries, that they need to develop their skills, and especially, let's say, understanding these new technologies. So this is also some, let's say, we are doing this. I don't remember how many what is the percentage of women IT staff in the bank, but in the bank we generally have more women than men. Of course, in IT is a kind of the shift, but we are also working on this to bring this, let's say, a very good different perspective to our IT organization, for example.
Bonas, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to join to this topic because it's very important that education system, doesn't matter is the PISA test in the countries is higher or lower, it's still not solving this problem because it takes too much time. So that's, we need to be able to speed it up. And the good news is that the technology evolving and the entry level, how the digitalization or a kind of like digital capabilities is easy to access, is much more easier than 10 years or 20 or 30 years ago. So right now, if you're talking about like a bank where because of the digitalization, the branches is just less and less important, but there is the business knowledge in the branches, and these people are really capable to being shifted to digital capabilities, because probably because of the AI and the new digital frameworks, they will be able to creating the digital future of the banks. And this is not just in banks, it's in any other manufacturing companies. This is what is happening. So that we need to be able to shifting the productivity of the existing generation into a new one. And this has already happened because, for example, in Germany, the literacy, so the reading, writing capabilities, before the First World War, there was around 4%, and before the Second World War, there was, around the 50s, there became more than 50% of the population was able to read and write. And that was a jointly effort by the society, the government, and the economy together, because that's how they were able to creating more capital brain. And this is the crucial part, because you know that how we are able to get that, that's really the combination of these three entity: economy, governmental, and the society part. And I believe in this reskilling, upskilling type of programs, because simply it just shortened down the education period. So it's not necessary to take 5 years to be able to implement it somebody with digital skills.
Pandemic just demonstrated us the situation. Like lots of people lost the jobs, and where did they shift? Actually, there was a big potential to go to the ICT industry. We observed that in the smaller market. So I think we've learned quite a lot from that.
Probably a lot's changed in the market as well, Corina.
Well, anything about education needs to be addressed in a public-private partnership. We cannot do it either way on our own. What we've seen as ANIS and in Romania, we just discuss with the universities to see what are their issues, how can we help as private sector to improve the STEM specializations appeal, and we found out that in fact their main challenge was not to attract students, because also the number of the share of ITC graduates in total number, it's quite good in Romania. But the main challenge for them was to attract and keep young professors at universities. Why? Obviously, because the industry was so much in need of specialists and so rewarding. I mean, they were paying a lot, so that was the main thing. And then, if we understood that, then what we've done is that we went to our company members and we said, look, you are recruiting basically anything on the market, and it's good that you then turn it into profits and economic output. However, help us to fund the professors so that they stay in the university and train new generations of students, and make it in innovative ways, so adapting new technologies. And they were, yes, great, we will just finance grants for those young professors, and you will organize the process as the association, and the universities will, of course, will be the jury of that competition. And we've done it, I think this year is the 6th year. So that was our response to a very specific issue that we've identified at that level. Of course, education is a complex issue, and we need to break it down to different levels. I mean, the kids, the basic education is one, then and we need to start from there, and to that level what we've seen in many of our countries is that the theoretical STEM education is quite solid. However, the experiments, the games, the fun of it, of the technology and the science is not that much represented. So probably in the kids area we should go towards a more fun learning experience.
Yeah, if I may share 3 examples that may help with attracting kids, paying professors and involvement of women. Attracting kids, we have a thing in Bulgaria called Telerik School Academy. It basically funds education, digital education for kids in more than 55 towns in Bulgaria. But the most important thing is that we have a lot of entrepreneurs from small provincial towns who come and they show with an example that the digital career is sexy. They have nice cars, because quite often kids from small towns, they have, oh, this mobster has an S-Class, very Balkan thing, right? And they see that this digital entrepreneur can have an amazing life through digital skills. So we combine that. We've been doing that for more than 8 years. Very happy to share details.
Yeah, I fully agree. So the Telerik, Code Cool, SDA, and many other this type of activities in Bulgaria, Hungary, and then Poland. Yeah. This is the companies who started to do that, yeah. Reskilling, upskilling, and it's running economically quite well. However, we need to scale it up then. Because yes. Right now this is small size, so that's compared to the size of the population. So that this is what the government and the companies needs to be able to invest.
I think that you're right, but this initiatives are, let's say, done by, let's say, big companies, and what, especially, let's say, in Poland, I think in all other countries also, we have a lot of business process outsourcing centers, IT centers of the foreign companies who kind of drain the market from the let's say, talent pool, and they are working for international companies. But what I think is the biggest challenge now is how to build the demand and also provide support for the small and medium companies who need to develop in terms of the digital, let's say, digital level, let's say, develop their capabilities. And of course, there are many examples of companies who are doing this, but I think still the demand for that is still needs to be kind of the build, and also there probably is a problem for those companies to attract talent on how to support them in this digital transformation. That's a challenge which has an impact on the whole economy.
You had 2 other examples, but if Jaromir and okay, is that fine?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
I have a solution for Corina.
Now I have one example of a positive, like, best practice we actually do have in the CEE coalition. It's the IT fitness test that our Slovak colleagues developed. And for us, it's the first year. It's a benchmarking project on digital skills for 15 years old, say. And we have like 45,000 tested in the Czech Republic. I mean, Slovakia has numbers like that. And we already, I mean, we see, the thing that's interesting to me, why I mention it here, because we have something that's common to more than one country, and we already have some results that from what I saw, they're actually quite similar. So we do share, and the different skills are not that high. So the results of the test, it's quite complicated to finish it. I mean, I suggest you go through the test yourself. And so the interesting part is makes the interested kids more interested in developing their digital skills. And there's like this competing character of having the prizes, as you mentioned. So yeah, motivation is very important in that area. So I think there is already an example of good practice in the education level. And one second thing shifts this discussion a little bit different, but we already mentioned that. I think we shouldn't think about the jobs as they are now, but as they will be, because there's already a lot of new jobs developing that we don't see, and there's no code, program development, etc. So that's what we need to shape, because that's never going to even reach the university or public level. That's always going to be a private thing. So I would just emphasize that. and yield the floor.
Very quickly, maybe for Corina.
Yeah.
How to keep professors. I was a professor at the Sofia University. I have a PhD in computer science. So I know how much I was paid. I was paid 150 euros a month, for assisting, right? But the problem is, I think we found the solution. On the AI scale, we made it super popular to private companies to fund legends in AI. For example, there is a professor called Luc van Gaal. He's a walking legend in artificial intelligence. He's expensive. But young professors would come from China, Japan, UK to study and work with this guy. We still pay them? So we now have an initiative through Insight, this thing run by ETH Zurich. We pay 3,000 euros of scholarship monthly for students to study deep tech. Because if you want AI, it's a fundamental mathematics. Forget about IT, forget about anything else. Think about inclusion of women. We started a program. Our digital coalition is very happy to run this for the third year now, called Girls in AI. Basically, it's a global thing. It's run by an ex-Microsoft employee living in London now, Elena Sinel. It's a global initiative where we try to select kids from 12 to 16-year-old. We have, I think, 60 or 70% quota for ladies. So they have a mentorship. We have a program that's in place. And we make it sexy. We put them on national TV. We make it actually notable. It's non-nerdy that you work on something. The best pitch I've heard was from 12-year-old, basically how to apply AI and utilize cameras in schools to detect bullying. And those little kids, they had no idea what's AI. They were taught in 2 weeks, what is it, by a team, and then we made it popular. So I'll be very happy to find more interested people to share those things.
I guess we'd be happy to see that pitch and see what it was actually.
Yeah,
if we could have a microphone, you have a microphone. No, because there's one voice from the room, and there was a microphone, I know. Could we have one in here? Oh, thank you very much. And thank you for this.
Thank you. I think we all have problems with how to persuade young people to go the right path. In Slovenia, for example, we checked in primary school, 50% of girls like to go to technical professions. At the end of the high school, just 25%. So in 4 years, we lost 25% of girls, and about 80% of things they teach in high school, it's not technical or engineering and so on. So we are trying to persuade our government to put in the primary mandatory technology, digitalization, and informatics, like course, like that you have to learn that. They don't listen to us. So we're asking that for 7 years, and we don't have any success. So how other countries do that, we have here a big problem in Slovenia.
Is there a response? Because you said you've tried it for 7 years, right? And
yeah, we prepare.
How is it not working?
Because they said, for example, the first conflict with the syndicates of the teachers, because they're about 8% of not of social studies and similar, so they don't want to change and let the technical teachers in the high schools and the primary schools. And the second is the government, because everybody who works on the Ministry of Education, it's more than 15 years old, and they are all from philosophic faculty and not have any technical knowledge and so on. So we have a lot of obstacles. Now it's the problem, they say that we need 11 years to change the curriculum. So they say in 35 we'll have a formal education so a big problem, but how to solve that?
And probably, yes, probably teachers and their education is a whole different issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. And in this discussion, we've reached a point. Yes, okay, Zydruna, yes, go ahead. But you see how much time you have.
I will try to make it short. Try to work on a different angle. I was objected not to create the NGO Women Go Tech by men 3 times. We still created it, and it became a thing in Lithuania that started the trend, which became very popular for companies, for politicians, for others to contribute. It became a very interesting thing, and it became a driver for ecosystem. Once you do it right, I think it's not only official way to do it. We didn't even take the public money. We tried to create something ourselves because it really mattered. Look for the social leaders, NGOs that could start the trend, and then the politicians would follow.
So
yes,
I support. I think we are, let's say, we are criticizing in the previous panel. We're criticizing over-regulation by EU. Comparing to our level of development, for example, regarding AI. But in this discussion, we are, let's say, discuss a lot or mostly about the need of the government policy. Of course, it's important, but we as a business need to, let's say, make these changes, because I agree, the changes are required now or were required yesterday. Education will work in 10, 15 years' time. So this is really, don't look at the only on the regulation, do it yourself.
Yes, so indeed we have reached a point in this conversation where I really wanted us to move to R&D funding and how much we're spending, the business is spending, and the only problem with that is we are over our time limit already. I'm really hoping spending most of the conversation on educational issues, funding education and finding the good path through the educational system, then focusing on mentality maybe, kind of targeted at where your hunger of those opinions was. There is a lot of room for discussions. One of them just now, I want to thank all of the participants of this conversation. I want to thank everyone for listening to it. And then, it's one of the most important parts, I guess, of each of such events, which is the lunch break, that I want to invite you to. Enjoy your lunch. Take your conversations out to the foyer, to the common room, and see you at 2:15 for another round of talks and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is the time to rejoin here in the room. Let's give everyone just say additional 1 or 2 minutes. I can see people still having coffee probably. So yeah, let's just wait 1 or 2 minutes. I can imagine that after such a break, especially a lunch break, I should help you out with some exercises to pump the blood into your veins a bit more. But I'm not the best personal trainer, probably. The second best thing I can do is tell you that we will be discussing regulation, hoping that this will pump you up. And I can imagine if we had quite of a conversation, actually, about education, which is not that, I'd say, inflammatory topic, I would think, then about regulation, this might be even way, way more. Okay, without any further ado, before we invite our guests and the moderator to the panel, let me please introduce Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl, Director General at Digital Europe, for a keynote speech.
Thank you so much. And of course, first of all, thank you so much to all the organizations in the CEE, all members of Digital Europe, and thank you for the great contribution that you have, not only to the CEE, but also to Europe and to Digital Europe at large. So yes, we'll talk about regulation, but maybe I will also do an introduction of saying we cannot regulate ourselves to success. So a little bit about why we cannot do that. First of all, I mean, we will come out with a digital manifesto for the future. We did that in 2018. Now there will be a new commission, new people stepping into office. We managed to get the, the bus on green and digital, health and digital, not at least resilience and digital, defense and digital. But did we really manage to find a way where we cannot regulate only our way to success of the digital transformation? I think that is the big thing that we need to reach in the next 5-10 years. So we need to make Europe a digital powerhouse. So how do we do this? I mean, to start with, Digital Europe represents around 45,000 members. We are actually going towards 100,000, so these are old slides. We just had new association and members joining us, so we are still counting, but more like 100,000 now. So we are the largest tech association in the world. And what makes us unique is that we are present in all countries through our national trade associations. And we are not only an club of EU, we also have IT Ukraine, we have the Moldavian Association, we have Switzerland, Norway, UK. So really present in the EU family, plus we also have all the big corporates, like, for example, Microsoft and others who are, present in the global environment. What do? We represent the industry on regulation, but also on investment to all the policymakers. And we also walk the talk. We have a huge department on projects that are educating and reskilling women to make them ICT specialists. We are now implementing what we call the cyber campuses in 10 countries. Hopefully Poland will also tap in there sooner or later. And we are working with countries to increase their digital resilience. And let me jump to working with countries and digital resilience. Actually, I just got off the train from Kiev, and I think they have really made the combination of digital and a resilient society come to life. We have so much to learn. So one thing is us supporting them, that is a no-brainer. From the first days of the war, the Ukrainian government called me and they said, we need your help. We cannot get in touch with people in Bucha. We cannot lead the refugees in the right direction. In the first days of the war, 15% of the infrastructure of the Ukrainians was bombed and destroyed. The cables were cut, the radio stations were bombed, taken down, and all of a sudden, digital infrastructure became at the heart of digital resilience. How do you restore, and how do you have connectivity when you are under attack? All of a sudden, we realize that the energy grid and how we supply energy to our citizens is also at the heart of security. Then we have the floodings. How do we actually cure, those diseases on the place, on the spot, or for example, the floodings, skin diseases, other things, digital technologies. So it's no longer, can there be a discussion that digital is like something that happens in the basement, or let's take in, some digital guru to advise our government. No, we need digital specialists in our governments, in the Commission. We need to work hand in hand, private and public sector. If we look at the most resilient countries in the world, amongst others, Ukraine, they have been working hand in hand, private sector and public sector. And they didn't have this kind of, we are the good guys and you're the bad guys. They worked hand in hand for the last 2 decades. How do we learn from that? Well, what do we do with Ukraine, with the Ukrainians? We just signed this MOU that has like 3 major components. We are educating SMEs on AI and cyber skills. And of course, for the SMEs to be even more digital and to enter the new phase. We are looking at programs on how we can reskill women from administrative functions into tech functions. Why? Because they have to work from shelters. They have to work from home. They are rebuilding, as their men are at the front, they are rebuilding the society. So without the women being like the new front runners on digital, there is no new next generation Ukraine. Then we are basically helping them to find out how can they integrate, how can they already now become compliant with EU law. And luckily for them, most of the burden has been carried by the other European companies, but we also find it our role to teach them how to become agilely compliant on the way to enter EU. Last but not least, as we speak, we have thousands of laptops, devices traveling their way into Ukraine because we have created a network of 20 hubs collecting devices. And if anybody here today has a device, please go and Google laptop for Ukraine. We can receive from individuals, companies, governments, anybody who wants to donate, more than welcome of donating. Why do they need them? Well, because their school children are still in shelters. They need to be taught by devices. They need connectivity. They need devices to go to school. If not, you have a full generation of children who are not able to take their education. Second, their hospitals. They need to be able to treat people also using connectivity. Sometimes the doctors cannot reach their patients. So they need basically devices to be sure that they can communicate and talk to the patients. Enough about that, but only saying we have a lot to learn. They had all their, for example, all their data, they had them on cloud solutions, and together with private sector, they had a strategy for resilience. What do we do when they bomb our data center in Ukraine? Where do we move the data? How can we make, the public sector still have their services towards the citizens? These are big questions. So we cannot regulate our way to resilience. We cannot regulate our way to competitiveness. We have to regulate some, but it's not the only mean, and we need to learn how to work together, private and public sector, to invest and to have competences within our governments that knows about digital. No company in the world, don't tell me that any company that has been market leading only have one type of education in their team. We need women, men, different backgrounds to be innovative, also governments. So, luckily we have a president that knows this. I must say that she's been the first president that has said, I have 2 main priorities, digital and green. Now she also has defense and resilience, and she gets it. She donated she made sure that 20% of all the resilient funds was given to digital. And we actually had 26% of the resilience fund going to digital. And as she also said, in the struggle between democracy and autocracy, The digital sphere is no sideshow, it's the front line. And this is true more than ever. So in her speech, she also said, we need more digital funds. We need a digital decade strategy with concrete KPIs. Are we working together? Do we actually have more digital companies trading across border? Do we have more digital talent? Let's make sure that we deliver on that promise and that we all work together to build that industry that actually creates more resilience in the countries. Act as one team on cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is not a national matter, I'm so sorry, and it never has been. The threats and the networks of allies that we work with between the private sector and the public sector, there is no country that can be resilient by itself, and there is no sector that can be resilient by itself. The most successful collaborations, for example, in banking and health, has been done with the ISACs, where private and public sector across borders work together with the biggest talents to create resilience. So how do we make sure that we build cybersecurity resilience actually with the private sector and the public sector and across the borders in the EU and our friends? Good. I said we cannot regulate our way to success. Now, this is at the table at the moment. We are looking at regulation on AI. If we look through history, the ones who run the show are the ones with the most innovative, agile technologies. Whether that was, we invented the PC, going back to the steam engine, it has always been technology that drives progress. Let's make sure that Europe doesn't miss that train. We are world leading in green technologies, in health technologies. We are world leading in agricultural technologies. That is where our focus should be. How can we become a part of this ecosystem of innovation? Where can we lead? And how can we enable companies to scale? 8% of SMEs trade across one European border. For me, this is failure. We need to make the scalability, the ease of doing business. I have this vision that everybody wants to do business in Europe because it's so bloody easy to scale across border. It is so easy to attract capital. It is so easy to enter public procurement of not of Poland, not of Denmark, but pan-European procurement programs on technologies that if you enter, you are not in one country, you are in all countries. But if we don't break down those national barriers and we do things our way kind of thinking, we will not lead on technologies. So that's the next big wave for me. And on AI, let's keep it agile. Let's make sure that we do not roll out the big strategy and then we do everything is dangerous. Let's minimize the scope of high risk. I mean, by the way, I was a part of writing this matrix, this pyramid. I believe in this pyramid, but don't put everything in we're dead scared, right? Let's minimize it and then let's do it agile through dialogue. What's dangerous, what's not dangerous? How do we want to use technologies to develop? What do we put in the box of danger over time? And last, a few things on competitiveness. 80% of the European CEOs says that we are weakening. I have had CEOs telling me, I had a meeting on the Data Act and the AI Act with the Commission, and they say, the honest truth is right now it's so hard to be competitive in Europe that we already innovate on US data. We are already moving our headquarters of research and development out of Europe. We can't have that. We want to be the place where everybody gets here because we have the quality of data. But if it's so difficult to get access to the data and to work with the data and to innovate, we will not be the place. So for me, the big promise of the president was we will cut red tape, regulation by 25%. This is the future. Now we need to get rid of the right things and be agile in how we implement. So let's absolutely look at how we can boost our competitiveness. Some of the things that we need to do is we need to boost our talent. We need the right resources Access to talent is absolutely crucial, and all across all countries, companies says that the biggest challenge that they have that they cannot find the people. And I would just put a question out there for anybody in public sector. If you are now supposed to regulate us on AI, how are you going to find the talent to tell us, we are the specialists, what is dangerous and not? I think you will struggle. So we need to do this together. You cannot do it alone. And we are not interested in doing things that are dangerous. We want to develop this together, but you cannot do it on your own, and not without boosting the talents in these areas. So, a way to do that, I mean, I had the privilege of being an advisor to NATO for 2 years, writing the NATO Investment Fund mandate and writing the Diana Fund mandate. Now we are also collaborating with EU on doing something of the same. How do we make this pipeline of resilience technologies, security technologies, not only for warfare, but really for like clean water, climate, avoid the climate change, fight the climate change. But for many of these big challenges, cybersecurity attacks, how do we make sure that we invest in that? Not only invest in small, research and development, but large-scale technologies across the society. So we say like 25% of all the spendings across the EU and of NATO should go exactly to that. And let's remember, okay, we like this EU-wide scale, but we also have partners, US, our G7, all our NATO partners. So let's make sure that we have common standards in that market, that with our democratic world, we stand together and develop the right technology standards to grow across these borders and be uninterruptible when we talk to each other on technologies. Okay, so let me just say in November, we will launch our next manifesto, a digital powerhouse, and this will be, the major elements. A global Europe, an open, as I said, on standards, other things, a sustainable and healthy Europe, where we have technologies of scale, not thinking like in small boxes of countries, but across Europe, investment in these technologies that makes our society more resilient. A resilient and innovative Europe, amongst others in security technologies. A competitive Europe. You're very much needed. We need a competitive Europe across border and scalability. I don't know whether there's a name like sneaking in there, but okay. It must have been a note that's kind of kicked in. But I'm sure that Janos will be very happy that his name is like in there with a competitive Europe. And a digital European society where our digital services, if we look at digital services now, each country says, we're going to implement a communication system to our citizens. And I was like, why would you want to invent that when they already invented it in 3 other countries? Please, government, don't do that. It's too expensive, first of all. I mean, we won't complain, but you will not be interoperable, and you don't need to do it country by country. That sphere is like long gone. It's long gone. We did that in companies. We walked in there, we said, we will draw you department processes, and then we'll code, the processes. Today, you have cloud solutions. Everybody runs on the same applications. Governments learn from it, from the private sector. You don't need to invent the wheel each time you think you're doing something. Learn from best practices. Work together. Invest together. So with that, let me share with you, a small vision. The first kind of video that we did actually was meant to be internal for us to have a discussion and are we hitting the right and do we have the right messages? But let me share that with you today. A vision of how to make the world more resilient, more digital, more democratic, and to have a much more united Europe. Thank you so much for listening to me.
What if living, working and starting a family anywhere in the European Union was as easy as at home? What if every EU citizen had the skills to master new technologies? What if the next big thing in AI was made in Europe? What if governments and private companies worked together to defend us against cyber attacks? What if we embrace new technology to fight the climate crisis? And what if Europe was the place where startups could grow and become the world's biggest tech companies? It's possible. Here's how.
Thank you, Cecilia, for sharing the talk and for sharing the great video. When I thought that maybe, how do you say, over-regulating is a term that triggers people, I tend to talk with a lot of people who are triggered by the term AI. And here I understand we will be talking about both, to an extent at least, which kind of makes me think it's going to be a well-fueled discussion. And for this discussion, please, let's welcome Karolina Zbytniewska from Euractiv, who will moderate the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. During our panel, we will look into how the EU can become the powerhouse in terms of digital technologies, and what threats will we face on our way to become this powerhouse. So let me introduce the all-star panel that we gathered to discuss this very important topic. Mili Dulan, Managing Director at Euronavigator, member of the Executive Board of the Croatian Employers Association's ICT branch. Welcome. Michał Czyż, Program Director in SAPIE, Slovak Alliance for Innovation Economy. Welcome. Leventa Juhas, Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Central Eastern Europe at Google. Good afternoon. George Sarbuk, Councillor to the Head of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Romania, Board Member at Innovation Labs Romania. Welcome. And last but not least, Vlaho Hrdalo, partner at Hrdalo and Krnic law firm, president of the Croatian Bar Association's Legal Tech Working Group, and the chairman of the Croatian Union for Blockchain and Cryptocurrencies. Welcome. So our discussion today will center on effectively harnessing the digital revolution to promote innovation, economic growth, but also European technological and business competitiveness, hopefully, all within the framework of a human-centered approach that upholds fundamental rights. It won't be easy, but let's discuss how difficult that might be. Given our time constraints, let's dive right into the core of our topic. And let me start with Vlaho. What are the main challenges posed by this ongoing digital revolution?
Thanks for having me. First of all, this is my first time to Warsaw, so I just use it to thank you for the warm welcome all over the place. I've never been to Poland. I think I will be coming more often now. Well, I'll just tell you that I think my generation was in a unique position to grow with internet or grow with digital technologies. Okay, so my first contact was when I was like 10 years old. I'm 40 now. When I was 10 years old, I was connecting at my father's business. Some of you may remember this old modem connecting, really difficulty. Then as time progressed, I grew with internet. I was learning about it, and social media was coming. And also, as you introduced me, I'm quite in touch with technology in my professional work. And still, I was able to literally envisage zero or predict zero developments in this world. So it is very difficult to understand where technology will go. Why I'm telling you this? I think the reason is, and I'm sorry for a very unorthodox position that I hold, is that our leaders are like 65 years old and more. And the thing is that I wrote an article, I was heavily criticized for it,
where I said that no person after the age of 62 should have the right to vote. Because statistically in the EU, you will die at 80. This is the life expectancy. So I think it is only fair that we take away your voting right for the last 18 years. If we take it away for the first 18 years, when some of the brightest minds are like, my niece is 16 and she's so smart and she's not allowed to vote. My grandfather is 98, he doesn't know his name, but he's allowed to vote. So I think we need more younger people. Maybe they don't have to be decision makers, but they have to at least advise us on what to do. When I say us, I think I'm already way too old to understand like where AI is going to go. And I think the biggest challenge, just to sum up,
yes, please.
is trying to understand where technology is taking us.
Okay, thank you very much. And what about your specialization on blockchain and crypto?
Yeah, that's a very important part of my what I do, is because I'm not very conservative when technology is in question, but I'm becoming more and more concerned. So when, for instance, technologies like AI, when they are in question, maybe the thing, it might be I'm biased because I have 2 small kids and now I see everything as a threat, which is a horrible thing when you have small kids. I think that blockchain and crypto is really liberating in a sense that we the people can have our own money and not trust the governments or the banks or whatever. But the thing is that trust is incredibly easy to lose it. Like in blockchain, where all we did was preach trust, there was so much breach of trust that now we have to reinvent it. When I was flying to Warsaw yesterday, I read a huge study by UNODC, the Drug and Crime Commission of UN, about Havala. I don't know if you're familiar with Havala. It's an ancient system of transferring money across the world, where, for instance, these people, Havaladars, who are like private banks, informal bankers, you like give me the money in Warsaw, I call my counterpart in Afghanistan, and he hands over the money over there, and you and I settle periodically. And the thing is that the entire study of 98 pages ends with, but basically you need to trust your fellow man. So I'm not sure that we are all aiming at, let's find a technology that will enable us not to trust people, but this is completely wrong. I mean, we need to start trusting people again and earning people's trust.
Thank you very much. So, as I was speaking to European Commission representatives today, their digital regulation is all about excellency and trust. So let's look into it more, Levente. Mitigating the risks of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks, such as pandemics and nuclear war. Ursula von der Leyen just recently repeated this in her State of the European Union address, as if explaining herself and the necessity for ambitious regulations. Do you think that the EU regulations are the fitting answer to the challenges of the digital revolution?
Thank you for the question. Certainly part of the answer, but we've already heard from a number of speakers today that the question is A, in the details, B, in the balance. I don't personally think that talking about AI in such dramatic term helps, but we always say that it is a transformative technology that is at an inflection point. And it is too important not to regulate, but also too important not to regulate well. And some pieces of regulation were mentioned today. I'm very glad that we've heard more about the AI Act just now. And I will keep this a little bit closer to home. And yes, I think a well-balanced regulation that is risk-based and focuses on the application of various AI technologies that have certainly captured the public's imagination in recent years due to the advent of generative AI is the key to this problem. And Cecilia has also quoted some figures about business leaders being concerned about the loss of competitiveness of Europe. And that's true also from the startup side, to whom we all look at as the source for much of the innovation that Europe needs. According to a survey, I think, late last year, 50% of founders, startup founders, consider or are really concerned about where AI regulation is heading. And 16% of them consider exiting and just bringing innovation activities elsewhere. So we support the AI Act. We generally think that the Commission's original approach was right, but it's very important that it focuses on not the foundational models and the basic technologies, but indeed on these classification of risk categories, and not, again, over-regulate those applications that might seem a little bit controversial or early, but are still, you know, in their ascension, and they might have very concrete socially beneficial applications. A concrete example is biometric technologies. They don't sound right. They sound maybe a little bit ominous. And there are proposals I think, in the Parliament today to put them into the high-risk category. You've seen it on the pyramid that would come with a lot of a priori obligations, transparency, audit, I don't even know what. But for example, biometrics is how we sometimes establish age of our users. So it's used for age verification technologies. It is also used to combat, for example, child sexual abuse imagery, or CSAM. Those are also biometric technologies based on AI, and I think those should be preserved, and not only us, but startups should be allowed to develop those technologies safely. So yes, it's part of the problem, but maybe it's sort of a tool for what is a broader goal, and that is a competitive and resilient Europe. And the regulation should never be an end goal, right? But provide a framework for everybody to innovate.
You and many stakeholders, and many stakeholders look at the threats of over-regulation or bad regulation, as you also just mentioned. You also said what you mean by a good regulation. So where, in your view, bad regulation starts in the EU?
Well, that is very broad, of course, right? But maybe one way of looking at this is to avoid overlaps and reopening previously intensely discussed questions that are already settled in one legal act should ideally not be reopened very close to the adoption of the previous legal act. Again, the three-letter words were thrown around, the DSA and the DMAs. I hope nobody's traumatized by those. But for example, again, AI Act, high-risk regulation. There are proposals to make the recommender systems of very large online platforms, such as YouTube, to be a high-risk AI technology. We don't necessarily agree with that, because the DSA clearly and extensively regulates that space. There's intense work, I can attest to that, within our company and many other companies to comply with those obligations. We will very soon publish our reports that give much more transparency to the process. There seems to be no additional benefit to regulating this particular case in the AI Act that is still open. So, for example, overlapping regulations is where lawyers get confused, and large companies can absorb much of this administrative sort of burden. We don't want to, but we can. But it will also fall on SMEs. It will also fall on startups. I think that's the generational experience with the GDPR, that it has made life more difficult for smaller companies than larger companies, and maybe that's certainly something to avoid.
Following up on that, I would like to ask first Michal about the impact on businesses, also small businesses, of the upcoming regulation, as it looks like it will look like.
Well, I would probably mention that from my point of view, bad regulation starts with the bad implementation of regulations. And we have many examples from our past, starting with GDPR implementation, how messy it was, and we are, I think, on a good track to repeat our mistakes from the past, because not only the Artificial Intelligence Act is coming to us in 3 years or even less, depends on how quickly governments will implement it on the national level, but we have many other EU regulations related to digital era, cybersecurity. We have a new cybersecurity directive coming up, and many other files. And from my point of view, and I'm coming from Slovakia, I used to work for government for many years. I don't see a strategy how government wants to do some kind of awareness-raising campaign to actually inform companies, either corporations or startups, makers, that there is a new set of rules, requirements ahead of you, and you need to find a way how to comply with them. And there are some other tools what governments can do to help businesses to somehow overcome the EU regulations at this point. For example, we have our national resilient plans. We have voucher schemes in our country, so we can actually apply vouchers to the company, so they can hire legal professionals, consultants who can help them to comply with the new EU regulations. So I think at this point, at both EU but also national levels of governments, we need to focus on the good implementation, because I think this is a problem ahead of us, and we can very easily repeat mistakes from the past.
Thank you very much. George, what in your view are the challenges, major challenges in regulating existing and new technologies? Also from the angle of startups.
Right. Thank you for having me first. I have come carrying many hats, and as such I'll be transitioning seamlessly between industry, academia, and government, since I'm in government, but I'm also invited by an association of industry. So I'll be using we, but it falls on you to understand when I'm using we as we government or we as we the industry. I'm in that unique position. That'll be difficult and interesting. We, the government, in the first context. So I've been in regulation of the science and technology, so I do innovation. That's what I do. And I've been doing this for 7 years now at the highest level in Romania with various ministers. And I think we have many issues when it comes to it, irrespective of results, as to the process itself. First of all, we need to understand that technology, and sometimes regulators don't, technological progress is very quick, technological progress is global, and technological progress is troublesome, or at the very least controversial. So these are the main three things. I could delve on any of them, but I will quickly go through each to sort of point the key takeaways. First, it is very quick. That means that there will always be a lag between what governments look at and what innovators are looking at. Obviously, between what governments look at and what researchers look at. That is natural. Then there was always going to be a lack of qualified human resource in government to understand the new technology. And this adds on top of the government's ambition to regulate said technology. We can understand, everyone can understand how that might be a problem. And there's always, if it comes very quickly, there's always a tendency to do the opposite, which is taking into account the first two things that I said, which is we don't have the people and we're lagging behind, maybe we should leapfrog. And in our attempt as a government to leapfrog, we tend to stifle innovation when we do regulation, right? And say, well, this time, unlike, say, crypto, we're going to be ahead of it. And we're going to regulate it before it happens. And then innovation dies with it. So that's what the impact of this quick adoption of technology has on us. So
what can we do?
Well, what we have been doing is essentially try to work with this agile type of regulation, which in theory we know how to do, but in practice is very difficult because you have a number of agendas that you have to bring together, listen, and have real conversation with the stakeholders from industry. And at the end of the day, you have to put in the work of understanding objectively if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But again, you cannot do it if you don't understand the technology. And ultimately, if you don't have at least some of the people on your team capable of actually building that technology, it is difficult for you to state we'll be pushing this in 3 months, and they'll be able to catch up with our regulation. No, they won't, because you have no idea what's behind overhauling their massive processes for the innovators, but also for the ones uptaking the innovation, like for the rest of the economy. When it comes to global, the other issue is that it is, if we try to go at it alone as a country, you won't be able to do it because you have no enforcement or very little enforcement ability in your own country. In Romania, for instance, we're 20 million people out of 460, in Europe out of 8 billion worldwide. It is, the Romanian government does not have this kind of keen interest to regulate technology for everyone. We haven't been particularly good at regulating, say, the advent of broadband. And that was a good thing for us, because it was safe harbor for innovation. And we have some of the highest speed networks in the world because of that. So with that in mind, we're not that keen to regulate per se, to bring, sort of burden the companies with regulation, but we do have things coming in from Brussels, and we need to react, and we need to be aware that it's a global process. And what I would like to point, since you mentioned startups, is my last thing. I tend to think that innovation happens at several levels. And it is important that major companies innovate as well, and they do. But a lot of the most valuable innovation, especially in AI, happens with startups. So I have this experience of 6 or 7 years now also with startups, and we have had some serious issues when you build something as a small 4-people team, and then someone from government comes in and tells you, what are you doing here is great. You'll never be able to use it. And that's like, you can understand how that sort of shuts down the entire conversation. Or you could do it, but you have to come in to us, and you bring your 10 people that are on your legal team, and we'll work it out, and they're a startup. So as Devin was saying, if you're a large company, you can soak that in, but if you're a startup, then that's essentially death for you. So innovation should happen at grassroots, and we should definitely be supporting this. And we have started doing it with both grants, so non-refundable, but also with investment. So there's an advent of VC now, of venture capital now happening, including with European money and national money. We hope that will help take off innovation, and in the process, produce some of those people who know technology and whom, since they have been funded, at least partly by government, are willing to come in as experts for the government to sort of shore up our lack of expertise.
Thank you for these constructive solutions. Millie, do you, and if yes, where you see the possibility for the European Union to strike a balance between regulation and innovation?
Well, first of all, I have a confession to make, which is that I'm a total Europhile. So I think the popularity of this statement varies from member state to member state. But I have to say that, first of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. I've had an absolutely amazing time listening to all of the panels up to now. I think all the discussions have been very concrete and, although broad, but looking at everything that new technologies such as AI bring to us. And I think Cecilia had some very interesting points in her presentation. And one sentence I took from the video that was shown was, we should have one rule book rather than 27 separate ones. And so...
how to do it?
Well, in preparing for today, I consulted a large language model. I won't say which one. But I thought, well, let's ask someone who we're all going to talk about, where should there be a balance between innovation and regulation? And I was very surprised to see that I very much agreed with this large language model. And I was also pleasantly surprised that actually this is the approach that the EU has taken as well when it comes to regulating artificial intelligence, which is, first of all, having this risk-based approach. one way of striking a balance between innovation and regulation is making sure that we do not over-regulate, but that we smartly regulate. And I think my take from today is that we all think that dialogue is sort of the #1 priority for all of us, not just within Central and Eastern Europe, but then also within a larger European Union context, and I personally think within a global context. So I think that having a risk-aware approach, not over-regulating, making sure that we do regulate the technologies that are harmful to humans.
But
and
you
I
mean
think
the hands-off approach, like the US, market-based, or?
I would say human-centric is the right way to do it. I think we all forget, yes, it's wonderful to be the leader in innovation, but we do need to put people first, because we forget that this is a technology that has the power for greatness, but also has the power to be misused. We have already witnessed misuse of this technology. So why not be at the forefront of those saying, let's make sure that this is safe, because if it's safe and secure, it's also trustworthy. And I think trustworthiness is the base for this technology. And not just AI, for all of the new technologies that are coming. You know, today we're all very focused on AI. Maybe we should be more focused on blockchain as well. But, you know, in a few years, virtual worlds are around the corner. Is this something? Let's be smart, and let's think about regulating, leaving room for innovation. Again, the AI Act recommends testing environments through sandboxes. This is very important for startups and SMEs. And one thing I would point out, and we've actually heard this repeated a few times now, is agile regulation, which means that, you know, these technologies will develop so fast. We need to make sure that we have a system where every few years we can do a fitness check and say, not do a fitness check, let's say in 5-7 years, but do a fitness check every 2 years to see, have we included everything? Did we do too much? Did we do too little?
Thank you very much. Michal, I would like to ask you the same question as Cecilia asked during her presentation. So how to enable European companies to scale?
Well, I mean, we as the European Union and national governments, I think we have many instruments how we can help companies to grow. We can, use instruments coming from Brussels thanks to RRP programming period, like countries like Slovakia, Poland, and the broader CEE regions. We have many funds which we dedicated to digitalization as such, so we can come up with the new calls for new R&D products. We can invest into companies through VC funds. We as a governments can invest to the VC funds, and there are many other instruments. And what I see as an important instrument, which is the European one, is the network of the European Digital Innovation Hubs, which are the one-stop shop services for small and medium-sized companies. This EDIH should support them in the field of digital transformation, so they can provide consultations through them about how to test technologies, where to find money for new investments, how to educate their employers to do some reskilling and upskilling activities. And then we have other activities funded by Brussels and national governments that are seeking to deepen cooperation between academia and business partners. So I think there are many instruments which needs to be used wisely in order for our companies to scaling up and grow to their competitiveness on the global market.
Thank you very much. Vlaho, I would like to ask you about the threats. You said that having 2 kids, you see threats everywhere, but still taking the digital rise, what can go wrong with that, and what can we do about it, apart from what you mentioned, just trusting each other?
Yeah, well, that's not a very sound advice, like trust everyone. That's really a bad advice and no one should take it. I'm a fan of having more trust in life. I think it's better than, like me, looking for threats everywhere, which is, again, the reason because I have kids. I think everything can go wrong because, like with anything else, everything can go wrong. I mean, that's obvious. I'd like to just, Milia, sorry, your mic was breaking down when you said you have a confession. You said you were Europhile or you were not a Europhile. I didn't hear it.
I am.
You are, yeah. I just want to go a step further. I'm becoming like an EU nationalist since February 2022. And I think one of the reasons is on one panel this morning, I don't know who it was. The reason is because I was on my mobile phone like half of the audience now. That's how stuff works today. But someone said like 40% of investments into AI comes from USA and another 40% comes from China and like only 7% from EU. I think one of the major problems of EU is it's all the time trying to compete with countries that we really don't want to take anything from them except money. Like which part of the USA everyday life would you take? Like healthcare, you don't care about it. The unhealthy relations to guns, you don't want it. You don't want Chinese freedom of press or freedom of expression or freedom of anything. At the same time, we don't feel like we are the same. Like I did my master's in diplomacy, and I had a professor who said like the biggest problem of EU is no one is willing to die for the EU. And this was 8 years ago when no one thought of dying or wars because we thought it was like Fukuyama's end of the history and liberal capitalism won and whatnot. And that's really the case. Like people in the EU don't consider one another like part of the same family or call it. We're not a country, but I mean we should be. We should concentrate on ourselves. Like who cares if VC money? I mean, have you ever met anyone from VC? That's like the worst people in the world, like bankers on steroids. You don't want to be sorry because you don't have more relationship with them. We have really sound, there's a really good book called Nobility of Spirit. We have really good nobility of spirit in EU. Like everyone wants to go to EU. Migrants don't go to China. Migrants don't even go to USA. Everyone wants to come to EU. Every US family has a dream of seeing Venice. Like everyone cares about the EU except Europeans who couldn't care less about the EU. I know we have differences like Poles don't care about euro as the money and I don't know, Hungarians don't like that the Swedes, I don't know what's the reason, but they forget that even we as, you know, nations, we don't even, within ourselves, we don't agree. Like half of the Croatia doesn't agree about anything, but we still stick together. And I think if EU at some point realizes they should hold EU dear and don't care what everyone else does, I think it's going to thrive. And just to conclude, back to the question, what could go wrong? I think that identifying like 3 things what could go wrong is not the right approach. I think we need like a bird view of what's going on and to think about regulation as something that should not prevent smaller like disruptors or whatever you call them, because nowadays a lot of regulation works only as a way. One of the two of you said like bring your 10 lawyers with you. Yeah, like you will give a chance to the guy who has money to bring 10 lawyers to the table, which trust me, I'm a lawyer, contribute to nothing, and just to fill all the papers and do everything that's intended. And in the end of the day, the regulators say we all do this for the sake of the customers. Regulation doesn't exist for the customers. That's like the biggest scam, and everyone should be aware of it. Regulation should be there for the customers and for the innovators. But you said a really good point, which I just would like to conclude with, because there's a really good saying by Pablo Picasso. You need to learn the rules like a pro in order to be able to break them like an artist. So you firstly need to understand how stuff works to be able to say like, I'm going to disrupt it. My average client is like 25 because this is how my law firm works. They always come with great ideas and disruption and everything. And I'm going to use artificial intelligence like this. And I tell him, you need basic intelligence to start with. I mean, you didn't know what AI was a year ago. I mean, I didn't know, I knew it vaguely, but before the 7-word acronym thing that appeared a year ago, we didn't discuss it much, you know.
Okay, thank you. I see that Levente would like to comment, but still I would like to ask you also a question. So first, are you an Europhile? And the second one, how can we have artificial intelligence that is safe?
Thank you for the question, but maybe just to react first and in defense of international cooperation, and since I represent a US company,
I slipped my mind when I was talking about it.
No, that's okay, but you know, certainly Europe needs to get its own house in order and find the balance and all that, but we can't do it alone. Poland can't do it alone, Central Eastern Europe can't do it alone, and we're sitting here at a conference, one of the main sort of aspects of discussion is regional and thereby European level, collaboration. And I would even widen that and argue that the real challenge is through transatlantic cooperation, because that is the relationship that underpins much of the growth that we have seen in this region and much of the possibilities that we have enjoyed. I think we are of the same age. So I just want to lodge a disagreement with what you said, that Europe should really do it alone, because I don't think that in a globalized, really interconnected economy, where, for example, VC money is sloshing around in the world and we will find the most attractive places to invest would lead us, very long. And this also basically ties back to an earlier question that you asked, or what Cecilia asked academically, about how to have one rule book and not 27. Well, that's exactly how you do it. You try to come up with a balanced piece of regulation in Europe, hopefully with the input of the digitally minded and progressive governments of Central Eastern Europe, so that they express the interests of their economies represented here. Hopefully then you can scale that into a transatlantic model of AI governance. There is also a structure hopefully in place for that will achieve that, the Trade and Technology Council, and that's where you can advocate for even a globally defensible model of what AI governance should be, which is a crucially important topic for the 21st century. So, and how to do that responsibly is your question. Well, we definitely think that AI can be safe and socially beneficial. In fact, the number one principle that we have published back in 2018, our AI principles that we have been following ever since, was just that AI needs to be socially beneficial, also devoid of unfair bias, and built and tested for safety. And those are the principles and a few others that inform Google's development of various AI technologies. So we feel very confident that this can be done and deployed safely and responsibly, and we're very cognizant that much of that falls on us to do it responsibly, do it collaboratively. Google publishes a whole host of research papers annually. We collaborate a lot. We are deeply engaged in the discussions around the AI Act, and I should say we develop much of that technology not only in Europe but in Central Eastern Europe specifically, even more specifically in the next building where we have our largest European cloud engineering base, or in Budapest where we have a very agile AI team. So again, maybe just to tie it briefly back to earlier panels, definitely the talent base is here in Central Eastern Europe as well, the engineering base. Maybe we're not as entrepreneurial as we should be, but this region has so much going for it, and on behalf of Google, I can also say that we're very happy to be part of this journey and support the digital economies of this region, of we're a part of in unleashing the potential to just stay on topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Blaha?
Can I just shortly, 30 seconds
Please.
reply? I think you misunderstood what I said, or maybe I missaid what I was supposed to say. Like, I wasn't directing at any company, particularly not Google. I was just saying that I think Google is a really great example, because you know how Google works. Google doesn't care what the EU thinks. You do what you think is best for your company, and then you comply with the laws. My position is that the EU is overthinking what others are doing and what others will think of what EU is doing. That's only my point.
We certainly comply with the rules, but we do care what the EU thinks. Yes.
Okay.
Billy, Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the European Union address, mentioned the necessity of creating the IPCC, so International Panel for Climate Change, for the AI. So, where do you see the possibility of international cooperation, and how can you see it work? There are different interests in different countries.
Well, I can build on what Levente said, which is that, AI is such a technology that is already present in almost all of the world's markets. It is a technology that carries benefits, but also carries risks. But this is a technology that transcends countries. And the EU clearly stepped forward with proposing the AI Act. There are conversations happening through the Trade and Technology Council, but perhaps we need to take it a step further. We have past examples where, humanity did come together and say, wait a minute, we need to come up with universal rules for this particular area. We have the World Health Organization, we have the International Atomic Agency, we have the Civil Aviation Authority. So we have examples where humans said, let's come up with universal guidelines. And I think we can all agree that when it comes to artificial intelligence, there are things such as human-centric, safe, secure, ethical, that transcend borders. And perhaps we are at the stage where we do need some kind of a global body that is top-down and bottom-up. For example, the OECD in 2019 came up with its AI principles. But these were, I would say, I know that they had extensive consultations, but their recommendations are governments should do this, governments should do that. There needs to be a body that brings together a wider group of stakeholders that can together come up with these universal principles, and then leave it, of course, to national governments for the specifics. But I think that if we have that kind of a starting point, we can avoid some problems that we see coming down the road.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I would like to ask a question to George, taking the innovations in terms of digital technology rising so often in the US, sometimes in China. And I would like to ask you, as European Union countries want to become also tech and digital technology hubs to build such companies that would rival, for example, Google or OpenAI. For example, France and Spain, but also many other countries would like to show this hospitality to the companies to rise, to scale, and support them in terms of regulation, in terms of money, and so on. Do you see European countries offering such hospitality in Europe? And is the European Union regulation a burden here, most of all, or maybe really a support?
Right, so this is a very broad question. Thank you for this, because I had to add something to what I said earlier, and Emilie mentioned it very well, which is trust. And as I was saying that technological progress is controversial, so it's troublesome. It is troublesome on a number of levels. First of all, our citizens don't trust technology, and then we don't trust ourselves to build better technology. So it is a vicious circle. And in this environment, governments must come in and attract new investment and new talent. And as it was mentioned earlier on several occasions, we're actually seeing the opposite, where we see talent leaving the EU. Right now, what I would point out, let me say this. It has been said, but I will say it again. Humanity is a storytelling species. We like stories. And when we look at any particular topic, it makes little sense for me to tell you that I'm doing AI and IP in Romanian government right now. You'll forget about it. But then if I tell you a story that I've heard out of the many trials of IP being infringed on all the corner cases, you'll remember that maybe I'm doing something on IP. It's the same with trying to build these large companies, foster new talent, bring in a new unicorn maybe in the end. I think this kind of mission-based approach might be what will allow countries to foster such giants. Say, what I call a country project. In Romania, we've been discussing this idea. Let's pick one area and we'll become very good at it, and we'll be trying to build a unicorn in that particular area. Instead of funding everyone, we'll fund just one kind of it, maybe in health, and we'll focus on health. And we see how that goes. And we have a smart specialization strategy trying to do something along the lines of that. But I would go even broader for the European Union. We have the so-called United Nations Strategic Development Goals. So those are stories, essentially. Stories of problems for which we have solutions. And we have the solution that we have is technology most of the time. We haven't been able to solve world hunger because maybe we did not have the technology to move capital closer to the hungry. Or maybe we have not been able to solve the water problem the same way because we had no way to safely move investments in water production in the Sahara. And if we encompass this in a story saying, this is what we set out to do. We set out to solve world hunger. And this is our main problem. And it so happens that technology is how we're going to do this. So we're not developing technology to inject in your arm and to control you. We're helping these people get out of poverty. So this, I think, is how countries in Europe should go about, because they have thought leadership, and the European Union does have thought leadership on regulation. It is a regulatory powerhouse, and it should approach its regulation not in the sense that we're not going to do an even better regulation. No one cares about a better regulation, but they would care if you say, we set out to solve these 3 problems, no one else has done it, we're going to do it. And we might need technology, and a giant company to help us, or 10.
Thank you. For the end, I would like to ask our audience if you have one very short comment or one very short question. If not, before the end, I would like to ask you what I promised. One sentence, the silver bullet solution to the challenges posed by the digital revolution. Vlacho, one sentence.
One sentence. I think we need more traffic engineers, because the only thing that works across the world is traffic. Like if you put a Japanese pilot on a Lufthansa flight, he will know how to fly around Europe. And I've rented a car in China, and I knew all the traffic signs. So we need the universal solution.
Thank you, George.
On my side, I think it has what I said. We need something called a legislative sandbox, coming up with a regulatory sandbox as well. Test technologies closer to people, build trust in said technologies.
Thank you. Levente.
I will keep it boring. Create a conducive environment for AI to flourish in Europe by a balanced AI Act that will also yield investment, that will yield trust, and I think we will all be better off because of it.
Thank you. Michal?
Well, I think if we want to adapt as a society to the upcoming changes, we need to have a deep educational reform in countries like Slovakia, so we better adapt on the not only digital transition, but on the other global mega trends happening now, so our society is more resilient towards the challenges posing by technologies. We have people with the right set of skills, so they can easily find a job on the labor market. So I think the deep educational reform from elementary to high school level is something what we really need to do.
Thank you. And Molly?
I think that we need to turbocharge the AI Act, take it globally, start a global AI agency that is based in Central and Eastern Europe.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Billy, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for being here with us. Great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A great discussion indeed. Thank you very much. I love the energy, especially at the times where you didn't necessarily agree with one another, as I don't recall a situation in which a number of people agreeing on one case would come up with some interesting solutions toward it. So thank you for disagreeing on many levels and on many occasions, as I believe this is always what fuels future solutions and future ways of solving stuff or approaching problems such as the ones that you were discussing and referring to. What we have discussed today also was threats, challenges, opportunities that might come in the future, focusing at least at one point on what the war in Ukraine brought, what the situation is in Ukraine right now, what it comes with, what it may come with in the future. And this partially is what we will be focusing in a minute on in, say, two different aspects or two different approaches. First of all, analyzing the landscape of cybersecurity and cyber threats in Ukraine, and then diving a bit deeper into this very issue of cyber threats and approaching cybersecurity. But for this talks and for this discussion panel, please welcome Jacek Raubo of Cyber Defense 24 PL.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this occasion and this chance to be here with you. A great conference with great knowledge which is coming from here. But as we had, we need to focus more on the situation which is defining not only our digital situation, but also the real aspect of international relations. So that's why we are joining online with Dr. Evgen Kotuk, Chief Applicant Security Engineer at Javera, Professor of Cybercrime. Sir, can you hear me? Can you see me, sir?
Yes, hello.
It's great to have you here. We are using this online tools, but we understand that this digitalization is offering us a great opportunity to have you here during this very difficult times for Ukraine, for you personally. So I would like to start with the main question, how you can describe the landscape of this cybersecurity in the context of Russian aggression after February 22, because generally we are right now defining the situation mostly by using these pictures from the conventional warfare, but I would like to hear your opinion how Ukraine is dealing with these cyber threats, which are constantly trying to overthrow the stabilization of not only the cyberspace, but of functioning of a whole state in Ukraine.
Yes, sure. Let me say just by one phrase that giants aren't always seem to be so gigantic as they seem to be. So the Russia maybe pretend and claim themselves as a very, let's say, resilient country from the cybersecurity point of view, and a lot of engineers works on these fields, but specifically for the Russian government. And the landscape in Ukraine is, let's say, pretty complex. It's still, there is a lot of Russian potential for Russian attackers to make a, let's say, better and better visibility of our cyber threats. However, I can also say that we cannot say that some cyber threats and the landscape has changed significantly after 24 February, right? Because there is a deal which came to us, let's say, many years ago. Since maybe 2008 or 2009, we faced a lot of issues on cyber security within the government authorities and official telecommunication providers, some officials, and a lot of people actually starting to be not just facing the cyber attacks itself, but starting to have some problems with cybersecurity landscape. So it's still there. Let me sum up like this: it's still a lot of things to be done. However, Ukraine now, from the cybersecurity landscape, it's much more prepared rather than at least 10 years ago. We established the Ministry of Digitalization. We have our special authority, which is actually in charge of cybersecurity in government field. And a lot of companies, which is small and medium business and some commercial authorities, are pretty open to cooperate with government authorities, which makes our, let's say, shield from against the cybersecurity issues from Russia much more concrete.
Sir, thank you for this great remarks coming from your knowledge and your observation of the situation in Ukraine. But I would like to ask you specifically about resilience. I think maybe it's a controversial affair, as I will underline right now, but I think Ukrainians are the first nation which need to build the true cyber resilience, because you deal with the hybrid forms of aggression before 2022, after Russian aggression in 2014. But right now, you need to check all of that methods during the conventional aggression. So do you think that Ukraine built the first so-called cyber resilience system, which can be the sign for other nations, not only from CEE region, but also when we think about the West approach to building this kind of a resilience, when we think about the different threats, more conventional, more hybrid, or sometimes even very practical during the normal life when, for instance, some aggressors are trying to capture our data or stealing our money. So do you think that Ukraine is the first nation with full capabilities, or trying to build the full capabilities of this kind of a cyber resilience?
Maybe I cannot claim it in such a form as you have mentioned. However, I would like to state that yes, we can be a very good example for many reasonable things, for some actually various attacks being faced from Russia by means of protection, by some, let's say, methods of cooperation between the people who protect and people who in charge of monitor, and people in charge of SOC and other security means. So for sure, and I have mentioned it many times in different conferences as well, we can be a very resilient example of resilience on how we join and cooperate between the government agencies, commercial companies and other authorities, taking the opportunity to bring the better result with such cooperation.
Sir, I think that might be a very difficult question, because we are still struggling with the situation of Russian aggression. But I would like to ask you, what is in your opinion, of course, the biggest challenges for cyber defense in the context of functioning of Ukraine as a nation, but also when we think about the practical side of cyber domain in life of normal people and business in Ukraine right now?
Yeah, sure. I still believe that cooperation can be a most extreme and important things in regards what you have asking for, because there is a lot of standards which is dealing with cybersecurity. However, a lot of companies, they just let's say fail them or passing them without any opportunity to actually follow. To be guided with such standards and implemented on practical level. So, and once it's happened, the companies which is facing the attacks, they cannot even just like to collect the proper information, to respond to such incident properly, to exchange this information in a very proper way, and to be clear enough to make the counter offense and counter actions which can help us to show that such a particular attack which was faced by just particular commercial company is not such like this, right? It's distributed, and it's a lot of evidence of trying to do the same things with their different, let's say, hosts or different companies or government authorities. So this is the biggest issue, not only for Ukraine, but I believe Poland and EU and US is also make some lessons learned from our experience that such information exchange matters a lot.
Thank you very much for underlining this not only for Ukrainian lessons learned coming from observation of Russian aggression. So that's why I would like to ask you, what do you think about the role of this international support in the context of cyber domain, which been visible from the beginnings of Russian aggression, but even before, and how do you think that it might be the key factor for the future goals when we think about the resilience, when we think about overthrowing these new types or maybe stronger types of Russian aggression forms of against Ukraine, against European Union? I would like to focus more right now on this cooperation with the foreign partners.
Sure. Most of the means and practical solutions in terms of software or hardware, it's the same came from EU or some particular countries, right? The international help of our international partners are very significant here in Ukraine, and within their networks being established by protected networks being established by our governmental authorities, it's of course there it's apart to cooperate and exchange on practical and experience and best practice on how we actually implement and use such international aid. Doesn't matter is it software, hardware, or financial aid, and which helps us to train people and make the big progress with such practices. So, and I would like to just take such opportunity to say, to express my appreciation, deep appreciation to Polish people, Polish government, and EU government that support us not only with military aid, but also with financial and humanitarian aid, which helps us to build stronger cybersecurity landscape and protect Ukrainian domains.
Sir, unfortunately, we have still only 2 minutes. I think there's a lot of other topics and issues we need to emphasize during this great conference. But I would like to finalize our discussion, our short fire chat, with your opinion about the critical factor which will define the Ukrainian cyber security in the following months of this war.
I believe it's still our potential in terms of labor. There is a lot of engineers and very good experienced guys works for Ukraine, live in Ukraine, and serve for Ukrainian army, giving enough defense and other activities for us ourselves. So the critical factor, not just on cybersecurity field, but on any field of aggression and anything which is relates on it, it's actually the people who give us the opportunity to survive, to give us the opportunity to defend, and to give us the opportunity to grow.
Thank you very much. So maybe the last question. What is the main challenge, from your opinion, which can be visible during the next month or year when we think about the Russian type of aggression inside the cyber domain?
Let's say for Ukraine, as I mentioned before, there is a big issue with information exchange, but however, their biggest challenge for us is still kind of sleepy things which is implemented, invaded, right, and somehow brought to cybersecurity and informational security system widely in government domain, which can be activated somehow. And the biggest issue for us for now and biggest challenge is to make the proper auditing of all IT system related to government, to find out any, to make such gap analysis, to find any issues related to cybersecurity domain, to make the roadmap and fix them.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. I think the applause is the great answer for your participation here. So we are sending all best regards from Poland, and I hope you will be able to come to Poland and to join us during the next editions of the conference. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, as we had, we are changing this perspective to this topic of Russian aggression, and I would like to introduce our panelist, Michał Pukaluk, Deputy Director at Cybersecurity Department, Ministry of Digitalization, Lauri Alman, Board Member of ITL, Co-founder Cyber Extra Technologies, Andreas Mitrakas, ENISA, Head of the Unit Market Certification Standardization, Madeleine Staniu, Managing Partner, Black Ballot, Dmitry Tereshenko, IT Ukraine Association, Head of Information Security in Sigma Software. So we are also using online tools to connect with some of our guests. So I would like to start with a question about this Russian threats in the cyber domain. We have heard how Ukraine side is dealing with that directly from Ukraine. So I would like to ask my guests here, what do you think about the crucial aspects of cyber resilience in the context of our region, CEE region? How to build this kind of a cyber resilience? Perhaps we build that because before February aggression, Russians tried to build a picture that they can switch off everything, everywhere, and they can be almost effective on every domain we had about the digital per harbor. So do you think that Europe and mostly Central and Eastern Europe region is well prepared, or we are still dealing with this progress and with this process of building this cyber resilience? So I'm opening the discussion, so maybe the first question to Michał Pukaluk.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me at this panel. And I represent at the government, cybersecurity department and the Ministry of Digital Affairs. And in terms of, I mean, your question, there were many questions put in this one question, right? And first of all, do we...
That was my idea, to build a synergy of different questions, so I hope...
Yeah, they all come together. Well, are we more resilient than we used to be as a CEE sector or region countries? I think we are more safe right now and more resilient, I would say. And not just because we have a lot of regulations that are soon to be implemented, and not just because we know more about the foe that we all challenge, right now, try to challenge and face. I mean, we are more resilient because we work together. This is a bit of a cliche, right? Because, but in the digital domain, it's true more than any other domains. I mean, the more countries partner together around the same principles, the stronger they are. And
but do you think directly, do we have this step forward when we compare our situation, I don't know, before 2014 or before this aggression in February 2022?
I think so. I mean, I can tell a few things about Poland and the effort the Polish government has taken so far. Of course, I mean, let's take DDoS, for example, right? And the administration, how we fight against DDoS attacks. We cooperate with NASC, which is the National Research Institute, and we give them grants so that they can incorporate more public entities into anti-DDoS platform, the big umbrella, and they include more entities by the day. There's a downside to it because, when you have actors who use DDoS, and when they see what they do is not successful, they switch gears into other sectors, for example, banking. This is a trend that has just come up. It's quite fresh, but we are not 100% safe. Nobody is, right? And you need to take up challenges, and instead of trying to be 100% safe, you need to think about mitigating risks. And I think we're quite good at that. New threats come up, but I think we have tools in terms of legal system. We have international cooperation, we have capacity building. The Minister of Digital Affairs has been on a huge campaign so far involving many countries, and we are we're also experimenting in that. We're bringing new things to the table and try to create communities that have not been there before. We have some concrete examples that I can cite, but just to wrap up, are we more resilient? Yes. Are we more united? Yes. Do we know more about the foe? I think we do.
Thank you very much. You mentioned united. So maybe right now my question is coming to Andreas Mitrakas. So, do you think that Europe is better prepared for the cyber threats and better united to these challenges we will have, not only we are having right now, but we will have soon, because I think the pressure from not only Russia will be much more visible, because we are living in very turbulent life and the world. So what do you think about our lessons learned, but maybe our future in the context of whole Europe?
Great. Many thanks for the question, and also for the invitation to join this panel in your important conference. Let me also pass my respect to the keynote speaker a few minutes ago, Dr. Yevgeny Kotuk, for the struggle in the face of the war of his service and the public services and the people of Ukraine. In response to your question, I suppose one has to reflect and understand that we're not talking about a static, deterministic outcome. A risk-based approach is needed in a way that it allows the risk owners to understand the upcoming threats, to have the foresight, the vision, the situational awareness, and match that to suitable mitigation measures that run over time. At ENISA, just to give but an example, we have, of course, been supporting the member states. Michal mentioned NASC. We've been working with NASC since the very beginning for almost 20 years, actually for 20 years. Krzysztof Zieliński, former Deputy Minister of Digitalization in Poland, was Vice President for a very long time. So I can only commend and again express my respect to his excellent work. In addition, the Commission, through ENISA, has been supporting the member states in the face of the war in Ukraine with support actions with specific instruments that allow the member states to stand up and test the facilities. There's a Solidarity Act that was proposed on the 18th of April that is coming up and provides a more robust response, more organized response. We have cyclone, cybersecurity exercises, the CSIRT network, that all are, again, collaboration organs that support the member state activities. And all this done with a little bit of work and involvement and coordination by ENISA. Then one step further, one can think of risk assessments, and in our area we have proposed a specific industry-oriented, sector-oriented risk assessment that draws into threats information in order to draw conclusions concerning the assurance levels for products that may be certified. Certified products, certification in this case, for product services, processes and managed security services come as a mitigation measure in order to create a more robust situation for the asset owner, for the risk owner. And I can say a few things about the certification in a minute. I don't want to put too much meat on the grill. But indeed, there is enormous amount of work that is being done behind the scenes in order to make sure that the member states have all the tools that are available, state of art, and they can be used, put in good use at the operational level to withstand attacks. We've come a very long way since the first mass-scale cyber attacks of 2008 against Estonia.
Thank you very much. And we have had that Estonia being the main turning point when we think about our approach to that. So my question to Lauri Alman, so do you think that we effectively learn how to deal with that type of threats and perhaps we effectively implemented our tools into our societies when we think about the security, cybersecurity of CEE region, or still we discuss a lot like we are doing during the conferences, but day after the conference, our states are not fully integrated with this reflection which is coming from the expert side?
Thank you for this question. I think we have been learning quite effectively. One of my first experiences in the field of cybersecurity, for example, comes from 2004, when I was Permanent Secretary of Defense in the Estonian MOD, and we looked at the surface of digital services that the Estonian government was offering already at that time. And we realized that we need to look at the other side of the coin as well, which is those services are going to be attacked. And we proposed to NATO to establish this center of excellence, because it was the NATO transformation process at that time, a center of excellence on cybersecurity. We did the whole tour of all the missions of NATO, and I still have the notebook, which I read from time to time. And our military representative in NATO, having done the full tour, reported, NATO told us that they don't see cybersecurity in their toolbox. They didn't even have money to invest because they didn't think that threat is valid. So 20 years later, I think we have done a pretty good job, but we still need to learn. And that's why I would pick a bit of an issue with the premise of your very first question about the Russian sort of Pearl Harbor and why we are not seeing that in Ukraine, because we are. I'm now coming from the practical side. In cybersecurity technologies, we train security teams, and we are also have been training Ukrainian security teams since 2014 in preparation of 2014 elections, when we saw first quite spectacular cyber manipulations. If you remember the results of the elections, we were the company who attributed Russian attacks to 2019 elections that led to the election of President Zelensky. It wasn't a very popular topic at that time, but we saw, for example, 100 spear phishing attacks against the Central Election Committee, which, learning from 2014, Ukraine authorities were able to actually defend against. We saw many other attacks in Ukraine in 2019, and not going into detail. If you go to Wikipedia and you look at Ukraine cyber attacks 2022 or 2021, you will see that it starts with the significant attacks didn't materialize. Now, the question was why it didn't, why we didn't see those effects. It's not because Russians didn't try. 23rd of February, one day before the attack, a massive CryptoLocker software was launched against Russian targets, following the exact doctrine that the Russian kinetic forces were establishing, which is destroy everything. CryptoLocker that didn't have a decryption option to destroy also the whole infrastructure. I think this is one of the biggest success stories of this sort of cyber resiliency, because thanks to Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center, who hasn't received, I think, enough credit of actually detecting it, National Security Council, their cooperation with Ukrainian, but also EU authorities, because it was spilling over already to Lithuania and Latvia in our region, we managed to sort of stand up to this. So I think one of the big mistakes when we talk about cyber resiliency, when we talk about lessons learned, that we need to keep in mind is that the absurdity, I'm working in cybersecurity, I'm sure you sometimes have the same feeling, is that success is never rewarded. If we are successful, there is immediately somebody says, look, cyber didn't happen. And not being successful is always rewarded. I was permanent secretary when Estonia was attacked in DDoS attack. You know, amazingly embarrassing attack. Very simple, but I mean, the government was down for 3 weeks, almost. We were rewarded with budget. We get invited to the panels. You know, it's almost as if we are looking for something bad to happen. And actually, I think this is something to keep in mind, that we are incredibly successful now in cybersecurity. I think what we need to learn also when we talk about regulation and opportunities is how do we manage and how do we deal with this success. And I think I leave room for that discussion for later.
Thank you very much. I was on the SA in London, and truly when I compare the number of firms and number of companies which are participating from the IT, from the cyber in this type of exhibition, I see that every 2 years we see enlarge of the cyber domain presence there, close to the tanks. I think this is the best picture that right now Europe and not only region of Central and Eastern Europe is investing in that. But I agree, the problem is how to describe that, because most of the success need to be clandestine and need to be covered in this shadows of our resilience and shadow of our tools of deterrence. So now I would like to ask the same question about our reflections, why this Russian aggression never been so effective, not only against Ukraine, but also against Eastern flank, to Madeline Stanier, managing partner from Black Bullet. So I would like to ask you, from your side, from the southern part of Eastern flank and southern flank, because right now we need to have the synergy and cohesion of perspectives. So we talk about the whole Europe response, we talk about the Polish side, we talk about the Baltic states, Estonia. So what is your opinion coming from this part of Eastern flank, which is strategically important for?
Hello, thank you for having me today. I'm Madalin Staniu. I'm from Black Bullet, a Romanian company with focus on cybersecurity and software development services, and deliver for our clients this kind of services to protect their digital footprint. It's very important to have this in mind and to have this positive mindset to protect and be cyber resilient in these days, because what is the most important thing, and how we feel this attacks and aggression on Russia and on Ukraine, and how we can work on strategy. First thing first, we are improving day by day. And why? Because as an expert in this field, in this domain, and as an expert and teams for incident response, we are understand and we are starting to anticipate the Russian strategy and the new method that they are using in their engagement in cyberspace. Having the parallel with digital Pearl Harbor, it's somehow a good point for surprising attack in digital space. Yes, in this moment, Russia is a sponsor state actor for disruptive actions, and in private sector we are struggling with this because of lack of resource that we have, and with few resources that we have, we need to build a strategy, and the strategy is built over the principle that cover the cybersecurity confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our data and businesses. In conclusion, the challenges of our cyber strategy that we need to follow, I would like to move the aspects on the awareness and on the people side, because the people are the most important and the most vulnerable in this supply chain. And when speaking about supply chain, we are speaking also about SMEs, that SMEs are delivering solution and services for big companies and enterprise organization. So the most vulnerable in this part, it's are people and SMEs part of the supply chain. So moving to people, we understand that it's important. It's important again and again. I am highlight again to put accent on cooperation between public and private sector. It's very important because the public sector has a role as well for give investment and grants for private sector. In Bucharest, we have ECCC, and one of the strategic pillar of ECCC is to create personnel in cybersecurity, highly skilled and trained personnel for the private and public sector to be used in a consortium. What I understand in terms of strategy on that part of the world, I understand that on that part of the world in Romania, at the border with Ukraine, I understand that with cooperation we can be resilient. And since 2018 we have partners here in Poland that we are providing services in public sector for European Council. So basically we put all the effort, all the minds, and have the strategy of growing mindset together, because together we are stronger. This is one of the major points that I would like to underline.
Thank you very much. This society or people factor I would like to emphasize during the next questions. But first of all, I would like to ask Dmitry Teshenko. Sir, do you think that Europe is so united from your perspective when you think about the reaction of Europe in the cyber domain toward this type of Russian aggression in cyber, but also in conventional formula? Do you think that we are effectively prepared to this type of threat on the level of threats?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question and thank you for your invitation today. As for me, Europe and the West is more aligned and more solid before the start of the war. And with cooperation that we see, will help a lot to Ukraine and to EU. Because only with cooperation of different companies, different organizations, we can build resilience to modern threats. Also, we need to learn, we need to make some research, we need some reports, we need a lot of information to help us to build a resilience. Because we can only defend. We need also an expertise in, I don't know, open source intelligence, human intelligence, social engineering, and so on. We also need to build some offensive capabilities in security, because how we can verify is we enough resilient without testing. But to test our capabilities, resilience capabilities, we need to have some knowledge in offensive security. We need to verify ourselves. So the answer is yes, we are more united, and it helps us to protect and defend with the modern threats, but I think we can do more.
But do you think that we effectively overthrow this taboo over the offensive measures? Because I remember my discussion during the days before the Warsaw Summit in 2016, and I remember that everywhere on the cyber and info domain there was some kind of a taboo about being active. always deterrence, always defense. So when we think about the main challenges which can be predicted right now, of course we need to have these capabilities, but also we need to strengthen our active measures. So do you think that we are waiting for this revolution in our minds, or you can see this type of revolution in the minds of Western society?
I see this taboo before, and I know it maybe exists now, but I see the changes in the minds. And it's a good way because, for example, you need to hire some pen testers or red teamers to conduct some activities against your company to understand it. But if we have a taboo for such offensive expertise, how we can use this service? So I think taboo exists, but the changes in the minds are going.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked by organizers to give you opportunity to ask the questions to our panelists. So right now, before the phrases run of town, I would like to give this opportunity to you. If you have any questions, I think we can congregate 3 of them directly to our panelists or to the group of panelists. So I'm opening this question and answers phase of our discussion. I see one question here, another. So, Sarah, please introduce you and. No, we cannot hear you. I suppose people who are joining us online, they will have no opportunity to hear the question effectively. So perhaps you can join this. You can use this microphone and join us here.
Thank you. Leventa Juhas from Google. I wanted to have a question to Mr. Mitrakas. I don't know if he's still on the line.
I think yes. I haven't.
Excellent. So with regards to EUCS, if I may, and specifically with the classification of high risk plus data, that is the most restricted category for hyperscalers to host, I think there's some concern in the industry that if this is defined too broadly, it will really handicap the ambition and the wish of some governments or public bodies to really benefit from the latest and best technologies offered by hyperscalers such as us. But I don't think it's only our concern. So I would like to ask for your perspective on that. Is it a valid concern? Is it not? Again, fully understand and accept that some governments, public bodies would not want to host some of their more sensitive data in the cloud. That is perfectly understood. But again, we're concerned about definitions and scope. Devil is in the details, and I think arguably there is a cybersecurity component to the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other question from the audience right now? I cannot see anyone here. So, sir, the floor is yours. Question to Andras Mitrakas. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, sir. Can you unmute? We cannot hear you. So we perhaps need to postpone the answer for this question. Or I'm watching.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, right now, yeah.
All right, okay. It's a little matter of settings. It took us a few minutes with your excellent IT support to sort it out in the morning. So many thanks, Jacek, and many thanks for the question. It is not out of context to look into aspects of the specific cybersecurity certification scheme, particularly the one on the cloud. I mentioned already that whatever mitigation measure is taken needs to follow risk assessment, regardless of the method, the model, formalities, whatever it's logical to have to take a risk-based approach. It keeps matters current. it actually helps reach a stage of accomplishment which is commensurate with the threat perceived. In the end of the day, as a very famous man a couple of decades ago said, you go to war with the army and the resources you have, not the one you wish to have or the one you will have sometime from now, from the act. So with something like that in mind, I think it's logical that some EU member states might want to have a level of assurance which is slightly stricter. So the overall regime might prevent also threats stemming from state actors from materializing. And I believe that something like that lies behind the specific request of some of the EU member states that require that sovereignty-related requirements be inserted in the cloud scheme. Now, you can rest assured, and I think this is something which is a logical conclusion by the European Union being a union of law, respecting rule of law, that the international obligation of the Union will be respected, of course, in the context of this scheme. So particular concerns related to the WTO agreement, I believe it's fine to be concerned about or to talk about, but in the end of the day, very likely to be respected. So moving on, if there is such a very high level of requirements, I suppose that will concern use cases which, following thorough risk assessment, would concern the risk owners. And there I cannot tell much. I will not be talking on behalf of the team that is developing actually the scheme that concerns the actual users.
Thank you very much. So we have the answer for this question, but still I think we have one field which been underlined during the first phase of my question. So right now I would like to reverse the line of the question and talk about the specific awareness of decision makers and societies, because as I was observing during this panel and before this panel, and during a lot of conferences, I see a great level of consensus over the experts, over the technology specialists. But do you think, and this question is right now dedicated to Dmitry Tereshenko, do you think that we are having this effective acceptation of decision makers and societies in the context of investment in cyber? Do you think that we are open for this revolution in our minds?
Thank you for your question. As for me, we are increased awareness of decision makers during the last months, the last years, and so on. But from my point of view, and I'm working in the field, I'm speaking with the teams that are developing product. The information or the pictures that we have, the politicians have their pictures. When we ask executives or C-level of the companies about cybersecurity, they have different picture. But when we talk with the developers, they show you the real pictures. Because, let me say, we have a little bit positive information about how we inform it about cyber threats and how is we protected. It's a little bit positive right now. I think we do good steps to increase the information and awareness for the decision makers. But sometimes when we want to increase the cyber resilience, conduct some cyber projects, we have a lot of stakeholders to approve and align. We have budget cycles, we have financial KPIs, what we need to do as a business, and so on. And from my point of view, security is not enough prioritized for the businesses and for the organization. Yes, we talk a lot about cybersecurity, a lot of problems and so on, but I think we can do more. And we need to close the gaps between the C-level, executive, politicians, and the real picture, what we have. It will allow us to be more smart with investment in cybersecurity and do more projects. Because cybersecurity projects, it's complex projects. We need a lot of alignment between different stakeholders, between business, between IT departments, and so on. And it's to understand that cybersecurity projects will change the business processes. We need to change business processes, and which can more costs. And not all businesses are ready to invest and use this cost. So the awareness is increased, but we need somehow to close the gaps between real picture and what we reported and have information in our records.
Thank you much, Mr. Staniu. You mentioned, I think, before this human factor in your first remarks. So I would like to come to you and give you a very specific question. Do you think that we can open these doors to the minds of decision makers, to people who are responsible for the budget, for different sides of business and different sides of state activities, or we are still balancing that sometimes the emotions are creating this gap which is still existing in minds of programming budget or programming our investments in cyber?
Yes, thank you, Jacek. It's a good question, a broad one. But I will start by saying to increase the level of awareness for the decision maker, and I will talk about decision maker from private sector and also public sector. We need to understand where we start. What is the level of maturity in terms of cybersecurity? We are in a startup phase. We know about a little bit cybersecurity. We are discussing in small groups. We are established standard level of maturity. We need to evaluate constantly this kind of activity by understanding where we are. I don't know, to take a look about awareness about the decision maker and take a look about the emotional part. I will tell you that in cybersecurity it's put a lot of pressure. And there are now we face in terms of experts and specialists with the psychological part of the team that they need to react fast. And on top of that, some of them understand that AI will take the jobs. No, will not take the jobs. They will help. AI will help the specialist. No AI model cannot take you the creativity that you have as an expert in this field. But I will returning back to human factor by investing in people and providing the right training awareness program and be consistent in understanding the governance of the organization, to cultivate a mindset of cybersecurity and how to become resilient. For sure, the decision maker will unlock that budgets that all the companies will need to access, because again we start to see cybersecurity. We start to see cybersecurity as investment, not a cost as we have it until now. Yes, the handshake between us and cooperation between us, not competitor in the market. It's I don't know, one together to deliver the proper mindset to cultivate the cybersecurity. It will unlock the minds of decision maker from C-level to executive.
Thank you very much. I emphasize this great remark about not thinking about the investment, not think about the cost, think about the investment. This is, I think, the great. So, question to Laurie Allman: are you in a very comfortable situation right now when you think about the Estonian ground, when people realize that they are depend on the cyber in 21st century, and there is no barriers between the society and decision makers, or this is only the picture which is presenting when we think about Estonia as a leader and as a flagship of this cyber reforms? I see your reaction, so maybe I touch a very sophisticated field.
Well, I think part of being an Estonian is also being a little bit humble about that, and I think we as a society have certain peculiarities that makes us an interesting test lab, and the truth is that Estonia as a society has been traditionally more open to experiment with various solutions. It has been more open to experiment with more relaxed regulation, but at the same time, it is a society that values privacy and obviously rule of law. I think we are comfortable. I mean, if we look at the discussions, I'm also board member at our Information Technology Association, and I am participating in the negotiations with the government on cybersecurity regulation, what is ahead. Then we are charting interesting roads. So what is currently being debated is allowing our voting to go on mobile devices, and that brings that's going to be a huge experiment. There are going to be a lot of dispute about that, because that breaks. If that is going to happen as it is designed now, that breaks a very sort of delicate chain in the security setup. So we do not have a 100% guarantee if that Huawei device that is used for voting is actually delivering the vote the way we constitutionally want to see. So these are the discussions. Another part of the discussion definitely is about cloud, trusting cloud more and more. So Estonian government is coming up with the regulation of allowing government agencies to be in private cloud. Of course, there is a lot that we as private sector do not like still in the regulation, especially about the risk assessments that also was mentioned. The current regulation draft says that a public entity wishing to go to private cloud needs to perform a risk assessment in every single case, meaning that if one city wants to go to Azure, the risk assessment done there is not enough if another city wants to go to Azure. And we have maybe 100 cities that want to go, so that means 100 risk assessments. And we say that is distorting the picture a little bit, but again, it's a way to go. NIS2 regulation is going to be implemented, and I think there we have had a lot of success. So what we are doing as an association currently is we are designing together with the government, hand in hand, a joint exercise and war game on how the regulation, and actually we try to do that in combination with the Cyber Resilience Act, how the regulation is actually going to work. And our point has always been that you need to sort of present the real life situations to the real life down-to-earth actors, and then you will see if the draft regulation is working or not. We are glad that this is going forward. We have seen the success of sort of decision-making wargaming also at the European level. I think European Defence Agency has been, for example, very successful in pushing forward these EU decision-making exercises. We have been part of that, and I think it shows that that decision-making level is coming abroad, sea level as well. What is very helpful, obviously, are the stock exchange regulations that are taking a look at cybersecurity. In United States, what is called derivative lawsuits, meaning that minority shareholders are now suing boards for ignoring the warnings of CISOs. I think these kinds of new developments definitely will help to get the decision makers on the board as well.
Thank you, Ron. We talk about the decision makers, so maybe right now the perspective from the decision-making side from Michał Pokalek's sir, do you think that in Poland we generally overthrown these stereotypes and problems with this situational awareness when we think about the digitalization and the rapid investments in, for instance, the military side of cyber defense? Do you think that right now we are on a good path when we think about this approach to the investments in cybersecurity?
Well, I think I wish it was the case. I think it is the case, and because well, we have the Ministry of Digital Affairs, right? So that's a clear signal that we go about things in a serious way, right? And it's we have the law in place that puts together all the system at the same table, right? And we know that nice things cost money, and that goes for cybersecurity, especially for cybersecurity, right? And we have to invest first of all in manpower. So you need to do the necessary legwork to provide money for that. And you know, one of the examples that I can provide is the cybersecurity fund, and that's something, as far as I know, it's been introduced only in Poland, and Poland can be a role model. We've been trying to to take the concept and go international and try to make it a European concept, at least, right, with some money earmarked for that. And in a nutshell, well, the administration has people that work cybersecurity, right? And in order to stop the outflux of people going to the market, right, we pay them extra money, and this money is I think, you know, it's considerable money, and the short-term outcome was that the outflux was stopped. We built capacity and potential within a huge number of different establishments. Right now we have as many as maybe 2,000 people who get this additional money so that they have incentives to stay and work for the administration and build the potential. I think money is the key here. And so invest, right? Invest and use the lessons learned along the way and try to change the law and adjust when things go wrong. You know, we have this plenipotentiary for cybersecurity. It's my boss, right? And he reports to the Prime Minister. You know, and when you have the system, you always want to make sure that the system works well. If something does not work well, we have the plenipotentiary to spot the problem, to point to the problem, and provide some remedies. We have money for local governments, and we have money for quick response teams. And quick response teams, you know, they are witnessed. There was this, you know, big disruption of public transport in Olsztyn, just, you know, a couple of weeks ago, you know, and so, you know, what he simply did is they got in the car and made their way up to Olsztyn, and we used a cybersecurity fund to provide money for them so that they can stand back up, right, and get themselves the necessary hardware and software they need to stay on the safe side. And we also have money for local governments, right? This is a project that is gaining momentum as we speak. More and more local governments become aware of what may go wrong, right? And I think the awareness, there is a lot of awareness right now between decision makers, and I think this is the case across Europe. Things like wars, I mean, as cynical as it may seem, work for our benefit. Never let a good disaster go to waste, right? And at least what you can do, right, is try to map out what went wrong, get together with like-minded people, right, and start low-key, and then if it works, scale it up.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that European side is also very important in the context of it. Yeah. So my final question is coming to Andreas Mitrakas. As a conclusion of our discussion, do you think that Europe is ready to pay for its cybersecurity?
Europe is a composition of many entities. We have the member states as the very important driving components with the diversity that they feature in terms of regional organization and so on. So we don't just have the central government, the federal government, we also have the regional levels. All those are considerations that need to be taken account, particularly if we talk about the resilience of public services. Then we need to take into account the important composition of the partnerships or of services that are delivered through private sector entities. It's not just the indigenous services, the home industries, but also the very important, very valuable services that we get from overseas. When we talk about the cloud, we do not necessarily make reference to services that are available because we developed them in Europe. Somehow, for all good reasons, other people, much smarter probably, looked into the future and they developed them and then they exported them. Now we use them. Now, of course, I mentioned the examples of European level coordination and cooperation, and it does make sense to repeat what I said before. But maybe something to add at this stage is that when we talk about awareness, we talk about education, awareness for the more general public, the ones that are not necessarily doing the job. Education, of course, and training for the people that are actually doing the job hands-on. But we also have identified a steep need, an urgent need for skills. So we need more people, or people that are more specialized on cybersecurity to continue holding those ramparts, putting up defenses and looking into how to hold the fort. Again, since April this year, there's been a very important proposal on cybersecurity skills, cybersecurity academy. But also skills found their way into the First Amendment of the Cybersecurity Act that concerns managed security services. Now you can see managed security services as a certified component that comes to fit under the overarching requirements of NIS2 on resilience. And then skills come as an additional feature there through personnel that needs to have appropriate knowledge and experience and everything else that goes along with it, and some training, of course. So you see that people, they might have been seen in the past as the weak link. Maybe in the foresight, as we look forward towards the future to 2030, the ENISA threat landscape has suggested that people are not necessarily the weakest link because other important threats have emerged, and perhaps we have supply chain and misinformation to consider, far more complex than plain old malware, perhaps. or not. But indeed, we need to work more closer with people to deliver services, public services, and of course, services to the markets in order to see things forward, to move forward. We have to do it in a way that is innovative. Madeleine made a very nice reference to the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which is having its seat in Bucharest. And that is an additional tool, a funding tool for research and innovation. They are working very hard, putting their act together very appropriately in order to deliver this kind of service to the industry and the member states alike.
It is great and very optimistic message. I think after a panel, I'm always underlining that there is a lot of challenges, but right now, I think there is a lot of work. And our panel and our discussion, I hope it is the first step to do this effective work for the future of cybersecurity and the future of Europe as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Gentlemen, thank you for this great discussion. And I think we are run out of time. So, thank you very much again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a great discussion. As all of the ones that we have witnessed today and participated in, some of them, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for bearing with us for the whole day. I know it might have been intense for at least some of you. And now, one thing that I heard having a bunch of conversations today was that someone said, like, those speakers are really interesting, but what you could have more is more of Michał. He doesn't appear that often on stage. So Michał Kanownik for final remarks.
I promised last time today. So it's time for final words from my side. I will be very quickly. Thank you one more time for being in Warsaw, for visiting Warsaw or CEE Digital Summit. Thank you all guests on site and online which were together with us. And I have two conclusions. First, that absolutely we need cooperation, more cooperation and more deeper cooperation to build a digital economy in our region and in Europe. And second conclusion, absolutely general, that the future of Europe, our region, Free Cities Initiative is absolutely digital. And there is no doubt about it. And frankly speaking, I can say only one sentence. See you next year in Warsaw on the next CEE Digital Summit. I hope that all of you will come to Warsaw one more time. And I hope that today evening we'll have a lot of informal meetings, talkings, a lot of networking. So thank you one more time and see you evening and see you next year. Thank you.